But that foundation is firm for the riders who have adopted the renewable energy-powered motorbikes by Mbale, a startup that offers electric, noiseless motorcycles and rechargeable lithium batteries to border riders.
So Mbale was started in 2018 by Etienne and Daniel, and we started with about 6 riders in a pilot where we were testing to see if electric mobility was viable in Uganda. The first thing that we truly started Mbale for is to help drivers. Drivers first are earning a lot less given the high cost of maintenance and the high cost of energy. Mbale solves that by having first a battery-powered motorcycle, which uses energy that costs less, and then on top of that, it's a motorcycle that requires a lot less maintenance.
This is Constant, the very first border rider to buy into the vision that Mbale was selling 3 years ago. Every morning, Constant starts his typical day at 6 a.m., riding from his residence in Mbale to dash customers all over Kampala.
Feasibility eno abasabaze abamu ajuulira n'asirika n'ayagala agende nga yeetegereza amanye ddala kyawulidde kye kubanga agituulako n'aba talina kyawulira naye abamu bwe bagituulako agenda okuwulira muli nga atandika okugiwulira naye ng'agamba butuufu feasibility eno nnungi kati abantu ne bagyagala olw'okuba tebaleekanda tebuguma teva mu muka kati bagyagala olw'ekyo enjifunyeemu kubanga bwe nali nga nvuga eri ey'amafuta nali nga nzimba nnyumba yange naye nga etambula mpola naye kati bwe natuuka kweno ey'amasannyalaze nalaba nga ate byanguwa kyaleetera ekyo nti nali sikozesa nnyo ssente nnyingi kweno pikipiki ey'amasannyalaze mu kukyusa baatiri mu kuzikyajinga kozesa ssente ntono kati eyo yonna byonna bindeetera okuba nti ssente zenali kozesezza kweri ate mbeera nzisigaza.
During his daily journey, he makes at least one stop at a Mbale charging station to swap out his battery. Such charging stations are strategically located all over Kampala.
When we started Mbale, we had one station in Nakumbi, and thereafter we moved to Ntinda, which then we had 2 stations. We have now grown up to 28 stations, and 4 of them along the Masaka Road corridor.
Green People's Energy, in partnership with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, supported electric motorcycle company Mbale to pilot its electric mobility service along the Kampala-Masaka National Highway. This is the first time that electric mobility is piloted in Uganda outside of urban Kampala along a major traffic corridor across 2 districts. With this work, we hope to gather proof that e-mobility can be scaled further in the country.
When we talk about e-mobility, there is need to ensure we are promoting renewable energy technologies, because some of the solutions consist with solar-powered technology, so it's important on our side that we promote aspects to do with the renewable energy development. So in that regard, we've even gone ahead to revise our energy policy to ensure we are incorporating aspects to support the e-mobility business.
With over 200 eco-friendly border riders now spread all over central Uganda, Mbale remains committed to improving people's quality of life by curbing air pollutants and noise and making the border business more profitable for the riders.
Tubadde musikiriza nga mutukuta wongeyaka naye kati buli woyita waliwo amasannyalaze kyangala gyekiri n'obubbi buno bukakkanyi amasannyalaze gaaka bulungi nnyo buli wamu sekiriti embeera nga nnungi.
nali nkozesa generator kyankozesa mutaga mutwalo gumu nga n'ekitundu olunaku naye kati ganyamba nti nsobola okukozesa omutwalo nga wiiki namba.
Okuva amasannyalaze gano bwe gajja butuufu tweyongeddeko kubanga luli twali tukozesa fukamuta naye kati twalina fridge zino bbiri eno n'eno emirimu gyeyongeddeko obungi n'ennyingiza nabeeranga awo nga tudoba abaana nga bava ku ssomero okulako omwaka nga tukozesa zibbalubu eza sola olumu nga zizikidde naye kati bateekako buteesi ne bakolamu nnyo homuwaaka.
Abantu bajjanga mu sinema yange okulaba amawulire okulaba ebifa mu lockdown ya COVID naye nga kisuzira ku masannyalaze weegali kuva emyaka egy'ebiri nagafuna nanaokusebya okulaba nfunyeemu ennyumba. Omukyala yitakola nasobola okumuteerawo akaduuka nemugula ne firiji nalaba asobola naye okubanga akola kati njagala n'okulonda enkoko kuba ziri ku mataala naye bino nasobola kikola ku batiri.
Amasannyalaze gano negamala gatuvaako ku bulamu bwange ne bizinesi yange tukumbanze emabega kubanga engeri gyensuubula ebintu ate ebintu byononeka maanyi emabega kati tubaye tudooba nnyo nga tukozesa ice n'okamula ebyokunywa ice n'otafuna ng'olina obbiwa kati engeri gyetubamu n'ebyennyanja tubaye tutuula olusinga ebyennyanja ice ayinza otukaleeti bizinesi nnyingi eziyitimuse abantu bangi abavuddeyo ebbali nga bazze engingya bakozesa amasannyalaze kwegamba amasannyalaze gatuyambidde ddala n'emirimu abantu bafunye.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's clap for GIZ. That is remarkable. Let's clap for them. You see, you can only know that you're impacting lives when people start to share what it means to a mother, single mother with 2 children, girls to be exact, who have to do homework because we believe that education is the biggest investment we can ever give to our children. Seeing that she can run her small business and the crime rate going down in the community, but equally equipping the daughters' time of revision with light, that means a lot to me. Secondly, when I saw a man who runs a small cinema hall opening up a business for a woman, at the same time being in position to secure education for his children and their home, that means a lot again. So GIZ, thank you so much. Friends, it's 9 a.m. and according to my program, I should be starting. So we won't wait for the others to find us. The quorum that is here is good enough for us to actually start. And I'm going to welcome, we're going in the session of the bold conversations. This is transformative energy. And it's going to be moderated by our Commissioner of Renewable Energy in the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. But before he does that, he's going to give us a wrap-up of what yesterday was like, and thereafter he will lead us into that. Welcome, Dr. Isari. Let's clap for him as he comes.
Thank you very much, Andrew, for leading us this morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to welcome all of us to this second day of our interventions. Yesterday we had a number of sessions, like Andrew rightly stated in his opening remarks. And we thought that for those that came in today, it would be important that we share some of the highlights to give you a context in which we discuss and probably give you a chance to contribute to the conversation. To open up our conversation yesterday, we had a very vibrant session involving the youth It was intended because we all appreciate that youth are the biggest proportion of our population in Uganda and indeed in Africa. Those of you that have been looking at statistics, you appreciate that up to 60% of us Africans are less than 25. So we needed to give the youth to set the trend for our discussion. So the first session yesterday was addressing the future at tech. I wanted to look at how the youth can take lead in this energy transition. The youth that held a panel discussion discussed a number of items, but what emerged were 5 key issues that cut across all their presentations. The first issue, which again appeared in the videos that we just watched from GIZ, was that renewable energy or clean energy creates the much needed jobs. What is needed so far, what has been done is to look at opportunities across the whole value chain of renewable energy, but what emerges as a true picture of these value chains is that the youth need support if they are going to engage in these jobs. Indeed, one of the youth compared the opportunities that occur in the oil and gas sector in terms of capacity building, which should also be occurring in the clean energy space. So there was a recommendation and a call for support from the youth to be supported, to be skilled, just like you get oil and gas or other sectors, so that they can be meaningfully engaged in this space. There was also a report that Youth Go Green had done a study which showed that young people are very good at taking action and making decisions, which actually will lead to better results. So that was a call for action. The second area was that young people are powerful advocates for change. Yesterday we engaged a number of young people as part of this conference. We have representation from almost all the universities that are in this country. And those of you that follow Twitter, you know it's partly due to that kind of presence here that we are trending the whole of yesterday. So what we need to do is to have to harness this opportunity that comes with working with younger people as advocates to send out a message and also to participate in lobbying for the change that we want to have. The other message that came out was that the energy revolution is about building partnerships. Younger people need platforms where they can engage, share their issues, both positives, but also get to be supported to solve the many bottlenecks that hinder their progress. We all appreciate that clean energy, renewable energy, energy efficiency are partnership driven. So these partnerships must trickle down to the youth that form the biggest cohort of our population. The other thing that emerged is that the youth or the younger people, energy issues, clean energy is personal. Most of these youth stay in communities, particularly the communities in the rural setup, where energy is at the center of whatever they want to do. So if you have a big population staying in the rural area, access to energy drives what they do. They want charge phones, they want startups, small and medium enterprises, which all need power. So when they engage in those of you that followed the discussion here yesterday, it is personal to them. It appears like an exclusion when they don't have access to power. So when we engage in youth, we should put that into consideration. And sometimes they appear quite emphatic on the issues that they want, but because this is personal to the lives that they live. One key issue that also emerged, and is the last, is that financing is critical for them to access energy and use this energy for the transformation that they need. However, youth and being a youth comes with particular characteristics that the current financing vehicles may not pick up. For example, most of the financing vehicles have higher ticket size. Say youth of 25 cannot access a financing facility whose minimum is $0.5 million US. So designing ticket sizes that are fitting to the youth is critical for them to access the financing that is needed. Some of the financing vehicles require collateral and skills that they may not have at an early age. So putting in place mechanisms and initiatives that help build the capacity of the youth becomes critical and make them investment ready. So those were the key issues that emerged from the youth discussion. Then we went into the opening ceremony. There were a number of speeches, First from the International Renewable Energy Agency, from Ambassador Mbale. Then we had a presentation from Mr. Philippi from Total Energy. There were presentations from the Ministry of Energy, led by the PS and the Honorable Minister of State for Energy. And we had the opening keynote speech by the representative of the Prime Minister. A number of issues emerged across all these speeches. Just list a few. Across all the speeches, there was a strong statement calling for more support and high ambition throughout the discussions that came out. It was also clear that there is an urgent need for action, the need for policies and guidelines for technology deployment, such as net metering and e-mobility came out clearly. There was a call for action response, noting that we share one climate system and that so we should all be responsible and support each other, particularly countries that are in developing, particularly developing countries that contribute less to the climate challenges but must meet the burden. The speaker stressed the need for developed countries, particularly Uganda, to be provided with adequate, developed countries to provide adequate financing in line with the long-promised goal of mobilizing the $100 commitment, which was up to 2020. There was a call for a need for integrated planning and the use of data for decision making, which as a ministry is our current priority. There was a call for investments and proactive partnerships with different countries, particularly those in the north, to make sure that we tap and can be able to transfer technology to our setup. Funding for grants, equity, and loans are available amongst all the presenters. That's now part of the second, the third presentation, transition to energy. So this came as part of the panel discussion, part of the opening panel discussion in energy transition in emerging economies. All the presenters indicated that there was funding in different forms. You can have funding in blended, either grants, equity, and loans. Norway, for example, mentioned they have 1 billion and of course 300 millions for buffer negotiations. Sweden up to 400 millions. The EU indicated up to 100 million. So there is funding in different forms. So there was a call for accelerated alignment of the international public and private sector financing flows to make sure that we drive this energy transition. Driven in part by enabling public finance investments, it was important that the cost of transition to clean cooking or energy alternatives such as solar and wind should become affordable as prices globally go down. The next session was a breakout session, and within that session we had, the first session was in her voice, hard-to-reach areas, energy in hard-to-reach areas, which was a mostly or purely female-led discussion looking at the issues that pertain to gender in energy, particularly in the hard-to-reach areas. Across the discussion, all the panelists agreed that women should be put where they are essential actors in the entire value chain. They should move beyond women as just beneficiaries of vulnerable populations. So they should be put where they contribute to decisions. There was a call to leverage existing private sector models and champions that are already empowering women. And amongst these, a few examples emerged, particularly the Sendea, which is women-led, but also with an affirmative action for women, particularly young women. There were also examples of women in Renewable as one of those groups that are supporting women participate. The need to commit to promoting the leadership of women and girls through their participation in the design of sustainable energy projects was highlighted. Continuing to support their contribution to decision-making and ensuring that a sizable proportion of energy and climate investments are affirmatively made to target the women. The MMD, or the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, also presented that we have a gender strategy for the ministry that is intended to capture some of these recommendations that came up in that meeting. There was another session which was on presenting the innovations, which is led by Innovation Labs Africa, and a number of issues emerged in that discussion. It suffices to note, for the purposes of this meeting, that the transformation of the energy system is underway, and this transformation is driven by the need to address climate change and to broaden access to affordable and secure energy. But this can only be possible if it's enabled by cost-competitive renewable energy, which can again only happen if we have the right policy and regulatory framework in place. Technology innovation has been and will continue to be a critical enabler of progress, but innovation priorities have to be aligned and refreshed to address the new challenges, but also harness the immense opportunities that are presented by this space. So innovation must be broadened beyond just technological research, development and demonstrations, but also go beyond that to be at the impact level. So it's not only about deployment of technologies, but we must go beyond that. There was a call amongst the innovators who are particularly youth to government support innovation, because government has a critical role of demonstrating these innovations. In the discussions that were held, the technologies and the innovations were classified into the three major categories of innovation, and these would require different levels of support. The first is the push technologies. These are technologies that we know are there, they have potential, but they are technologies that need push from government for 3 to 5 years or other development partners. And amongst these technologies, then we have wind, but also have technologies that need nurturing, particularly those emerging technologies like green hydrogen and the others that will come. So these will require a strong government push to make sure that they move to the next level. Then we have those mature technologies that need facilitating. For example, solar. We need to tweak a few things, particularly under standards and quality assurance. So these are categories that emerge in that discussion. So boosting private sector investment will require that we have a fresh thinking and a coordinated action. That was a concluding remark for that team. There was a there was a session that looked at North to South technology transfer, which was led by the University of Chambogo. A number of issues were discussed, but what emerged as recommendations were that research should explore various geographies of technology transfer and cooperation, and take interest and leverage the advanced technologies, particularly in the North. The other emerging issue in that discussion was that there is a need to look beyond technology transfer, that we explore socio-technical transformations. In other words, as we do the technology transfer from the North and elsewhere, we should put into consideration other social and technical considerations. Amongst the examples of such considerations that emerged was the youth issues. If you're going to transfer technology, specific characteristics of youth in this setup should be put into consideration. Aspects of culture and specifically the mindset should be put into consideration. Evidence of technology transfer and cooperation for wind and solar energy technology is abundant. That came out clearly, but we need to do more for technology transfer for biomass, geothermal, and other aspects of hydro. Catalytic funding and support from government to incentivize technology development and innovation and transfer came out as a strong policy recommendation. The panel on financing energy entrepreneurs and markets in Uganda, which I happened to participate in, came out with a lot of recommendations. Most of them, of course, born out of the fact that the biggest challenge for us in the sector is access to affordable, patient capital for deployment of technologies and development of the sector. So it was one of the most attended side or breakout sessions. And amongst the issues that emerged was that a range of funding options and combinations are available, including debt, equity, loans, and guarantees, but also blended forms. However, the issue was that there is a gap, and a clear gap between those that need money and those that are providing money. So the need for us to bridge that gap by designing financing options that meet the requirements of the recipients came out as a strong recommendation. So a strategy aiming at attracting more private sector funding, should provide the following incentives. These were the recommendations: to lower the investment costs for the investors and project developers. We need instruments such as subsidies, tax measures, feed-in or quota schemes, and the use of the clean development mechanism. So in that discussion, we discussed other non-traditional streams of income, such as the carbon credit markets. We need fewer risks for the investors, because investors are risk averse. So governments and development organizations can provide guarantees, while private investors should get familiar with the specific nature of renewable energy and energy efficiency projects in order to better assess, control, and return on their respective investments. So that came out very clearly. More investor confidence. We need to grow investor confidence by adopting legal frameworks that set long-term targets and incentives, because investors need always request that we have certainty in the sector. There was a need for a call for more awareness, noting that there are a number of opportunities, including opportunities for capacity building, that would prepare investors, particularly those that are entering the sector, to be able to participate and get investment ready. An example were the services offered by Get Invest. We need to lower transaction costs by developing new and innovative tools to address the often small-scale nature of renewable energy and energy efficiency projects. The other issue that also emerged was that the existing and upcoming examples of the EDFI, or the Electrify Financing and the Catalytic Support for Get Invest, are available for the sector, and the conditions for their access were highlighted. Ladies and gentlemen, the last session that I want to speak to is the session on emerging technologies for energy transition. A number of emerging technologies were presented in this session, key or the highlight being the green hydrogen, which we hope as a country to engage in. It was noted that amongst these emerging technologies, green hydrogen offers opportunity. The industry has opportunities beyond energy, but also span all the way up to agriculture, because you can have ammonia that now can support the fertilizer industry. It was also noted that oxygen that is off of the scheme can also be packaged for other sectors like health and others. This particular technology offers opportunities for electricity, but can also support the e-mobility because of the cells that can be given. However, like I've noted, again, what came out clearly is that given the nascent nature of this technology, we need a strong government support to demonstrate, because investors are not likely to invest at this stage. I want to stop here. Those are some of the highlights of yesterday's session, and I want to invite Andrew to take over from me.
Thank you so much, Dr. Brian Isavie, the Commissioner, Renewable Energy from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. I loved when you engaged the youth, and the commitments are very sounding there. That shows that the future is very bright. Friends, our panel we're going to have this Saturday morning is going to be guided and led by Engineer Kalanzi Simon from the Ministry of Energy. Engineer Kalanzi is going to be the moderator. Let's clap for him as he makes his way here. You're welcome, sir. And we're going to have Ms. Fomolo Maposa, the country director of SNV Uganda. Let's clap for her. She equally makes her way here. And we shall have Ms. Dagmar Zwembe, country representative of the GGI. Welcome, Zwembe. Good to see you again. And then we have Mr. Federico Querio, the country representative of the World Bank. He should be here with us this Saturday morning. Then we have Mr. David Otieno, the cluster coordinator and head of programs at GIZ. Let's clap for him as well. We should have had someone from the UNDP Uganda, but I'm not sure if Ms. Elsie Etafa sent any representative to that effect. And Mr. Federico from the World Bank seems not to be here. Regardless, friends, we're going to go on with the conversation, and good to see you, Engineer Kalanzi. You're going to take up the conversation, and we hope to learn from the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you today too. And it's been interesting so far. We seem to be getting a lot of good value out of the Renewable Energy Conference so far. My panelists, good morning. You seem to be going to cover the other areas. The other 2 or 3 colleagues haven't covered. Well, this session we're going to look at the key issue, training all over the world. That's the energy transition. But bring it to the context of Uganda. How it really affects us. I'm most attached to how it really affects us. And I was looking at where we are the country. We have access of around 57%. But the key issue about that access at 57% is that 38% of that is off-grid systems. And I was listening yesterday, and also the highlights this morning. It's more, the transition is more focusing on renewable energies, taking us into the future. It's already reflective in the Ugandan context. But that reflectiveness is not yet across the country. We're still verifying numbers of access. And when I was reading a note, a brief note, it was talking a lot, addressing this issue across the world. I can read this. The sub-Saharan region currently faces the challenges of limited access to natural capital, social services, and basic infrastructure compounded by increased climate vulnerability. Meanwhile, in the region, Uganda has abundant renewable energy potential that could trigger socio-economic growth and enable the achievement of several SDGs. This session will explore how to accelerate clean and sustainable energy access that leverages the water energy food nexus in rural and at-rich areas. That bit of at-rich areas, it brings Uganda into context. Maybe if I would start with David, could you please enlighten us of what this training and energy transition is and how does it resonate with us?
Thank you so much, Engineer Kalanzi. I have my voice is a bit croaky this morning, so a bit of lots of talking yesterday. Good morning to all of you again, and thank you so much, Engineer Kalanzi, for taking this session on, and also from GIZ side to welcome all of you here. When we talk about energy transition, maybe I could just mention a few things here, and I think that has been also a discussion yesterday. It's basically a shift of focus. And in this case, of course, we know that when you shift focus, there must be something that you got to do. It's different in different countries. I mean, in Ugandan context, we're starting on a positive note, as Engineer Kalanzi mentioned. I mean, we have abundance of renewables. This is not something that you can take for granted. It's not something that you get in all the countries. However, the shift that we need to see happening, as you've just rightly mentioned, is increasing our, let's say, work on capacity, on skills development. Because as you attended all the sessions since the start of this Energy Week, one of the items that keep coming is what are the skills that we have. And that's why we also, the organizers also pull together the youth to be able to be involved into knowing what exactly is needed in this sector. So skills development still stands out. As GIZ, one of the emphasis that we put in is working with different institutions, not only with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, but also the education sector, supporting the vocational institutes across the country, starting with Nakawa, here in Kampala, but also in the northern part and southern part of the country. So we focus a lot on skills in that respect. One element that, and maybe that one I could come into it later on, but another shift that we need to look at when we're talking about energy transition is the whole aspect of budget allocation. In the past, and we've seen that also in many other countries where budget allocation to renewable energies is not as much as allocation to other sectors. This is something that definitely would be a shift into driving towards an energy transition, because it's obvious to say renewable energy will play a critical role when we're talking about energy transition. The other element that I could also mention here is, and I think Commissioner Dr. Brian also mentioned basically the discussions of yesterday, attracting private sector or mobilizing private sector investment into renewables would be one also strong element into assisting Uganda into transition, into just energy transition. So this will be an element that also from GIZ side and also other partners like Get Invest and many other players are playing into it, is more into private sector mobilization. Because as we know, donor funds and also government resources are getting minimal. So in terms of attracting private sector interventions would be very more important than ever. All energy interventions need to think about climate protection, because at the end of the day, it's about not only our future, but also the future of the young ones, of the youth, who are also taking part into this particular conference. And when we talk about skills development to the youth, who are 60 to 70% in the country, we're talking about job creation. So these are the elements that I would say in Nyakalanzi would be looked at when we're talking about transiting, energy transition as of now from GIZ side. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, David. Unfortunately, we don't have the World Bank with us, and you have mentioned something very important, attracting private investment for the energy transition, and enormous resources are required for us to do so. Then the other issue is that resources elsewhere are hard coming by. People don't have such money. Then it brings us to the larger context in Uganda. Our national electrification strategy is seeking $4.7 billion for us to have, all of us to have access to energy. And the World Bank, which is not here, has just given us $638 million under the Scale-Up project. Now this brings me to GGI. From the challenges that we have, as David mentioned, that for us to be in a position to transit in a clean manner, what is the organization doing?
Targets, as committed to the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, as committed to the Paris Agreement, as formulated in the recently launched NDC for Uganda, but also we support governments with reaching their domestic promises and their domestic commitments. In Uganda, it's the Vision 2040, the National Development Plans. Even though we are for government, a lot of our focus goes out to facilitating private sector investment. And the way we look at it is through sort of a value chain. On the left-hand side, you need to make sure that a country has proper planning, proper strategies in place so that budget, either coming from government or from elsewhere, is directed in the right direction. So part of the work we do, and maybe I mentioned, for example, the energy policy that we have supported. We've supported the several elements of the NDP. We've been working on district development plans as well with several districts. So we're making sure that there's proper planning to start with. Which includes, of course, the energy elements, so that budget can be allocated in the right direction. Then, as a second element of the work we do is we try to facilitate enabling mechanisms. You can think of financing vehicles. You can think of carbon markets, for example, to support and access to carbon markets to support investment going into energy. Now that's the middle part, sort of, as we say it, of the GGI value chain. And on the right-hand side, we identify and support the development of projects. I want to make very clear that that doesn't mean we are not an investor. We are not even owners of these projects. We either support the government with identifying projects and attracting financing for these projects, or we work directly with private sector to do the same. What we see, there's a lot of money actually in Uganda. There's a lot of money hanging above the market. The number of funds that knock on our door that want to spend money in Uganda is huge. But we also see that a lot of the projects, they don't find the money. The people that have the money, they don't have the mandate or the capacity to go out, to go to Arua, to go to Karamoja to find the projects. While the people or the government that has the projects, they very often either don't have the funding, the time, the mandate to go out and or even the language to speak to financiers. And that is where we play a role. And we sit in this middle and we bring these parties together to make these energy projects happen. Maybe if you allow me, I give a good example. At the moment, we're working on with 4 secondary cities in Uganda, for 2 of them, we're actually doing the whole physical development planning with the local governments. And of course, a key element of those plans is how are you gonna incorporate energy in the city while the city is growing, while the urbanization rate is so high. How are you going to make sure that there's energy available in your city? And also, again, the planning element, where physically, if this is going to be solar, where is this physically happening? We all know land ownership is very challenging. So, energy is really sort of merged in all aspects of planning and development in Uganda or in any country, and that is also where we try to play a role. Yeah.
Thank you very much. David, before I go to what GIZ is doing in terms of funding through the German portfolio, I would like to look at another aspect. Uganda discovered oil and gas, and we're really committed to develop this. And we may not listen to the negative that may be. But you mentioned the climate connection, and when I was reading this bit, this opening note for this session, there was a connection, the water, energy, food, and climate connection. Don't you think our oil and gas has a huge future to play in our energy transition as a country? From your experience, David, of being here for some time?
Yeah, I mean, I could only pick up from what our German ambassador mentioned yesterday. What he mentioned was that it's clear that countries that are oil producing, like Uganda, will definitely need to explore their oil reserves that are in the country. And it's something that definitely goes into the whole direction of how do you handle it and how do you look at it from achieving net zero emissions. I think there are discussions that are happening in the next week at the COP27, and I think the whole discussion of oil and gas will be at the center stage. The German government is also going to be present there together with the Ugandan delegation, so there is going to be certainly a discussion on that. On the other hand, there has been, of course, the same discussions, the same dialogue in various countries. And I think it's quite interesting that this also takes place in Uganda. Uganda is now, as all of you know, and moderator, you've just mentioned, we're priming to utilize the fossil fuels. And also the minister mentioned here yesterday, the prime minister also alluded to that, to hasten the development of the country, as well as the people in the country, in particular young people. For these two transitions, we're talking about oil and gas, which fair enough has to proceed because this is a reserve that the country has. But on the other hand, we're talking about climate. We're talking about the future. We're talking about how can we ensure that that does not impact negatively to the future of the young ones that are in the country. So with these two transitions happening at the same time, we must have a keen look into the two-pronged transition and what it will impact into the development of the country, of the young ones, as well as the economy and future development here. So with this, one thing that from our side, from the GSZ, from I think also the EU alluded to that, it is clear that oil and gas is there to stay. However, it depends on how are we going to look into it in terms of achieving net zero emissions and not having negative impacts to the Ugandan population.
Thank you very much, David, for that. Coming back to Ms. Dagmar, all of us know politically the political crisis in Europe in regards to Russia attacking the Ukraine. It brought in some bit of awareness to the European community, and some are even thinking of reviving their coal power plants, maybe moving them to gas. Don't you think this will kind of bring back investors to pick the quick money through putting more money in oil and gas projects and kind of forget the renewable energy movement? What is your view on this?
Yeah, no, you are completely right. And I myself, I'm from the Netherlands. It's really what's currently happening with the energy prices is really shocking, and especially again for the less wealthy families in my country. The energy bills have tripled, or in some cases, like it's 5 times more expensive than now. And it's often I don't know how to say this, the houses that are slightly cheaper to rent are also the houses that are not isolated, that are, that lose a lot of, they're not energy efficient. So what we see now at the moment is especially the less wealthier people are worst off, and they are literally sitting in the cold at the moment because they stop turning on the heater, just to clarify, because my country is very cold. So yes, we are rethinking our dependency on others, our dependency on oil and gas coming and being delivered by others, although we do have our own gas resources. And I think this is something that other countries should think about on forehand instead of when the crisis hits you. I do want to mention we do not have a formal opinion or statement on pro or against oil in Uganda. I just want to put that out there. So I'm not making any formal statements, but I think as a for-government entity, the way we are here to support is to make sure that the activities and the developments in that direction should happen as green and inclusive as possible. And you should hold your stakeholders involved. If and when this is happening, you need to make sure that your stakeholders involved do this in a way that, as also mentioned on my left side, that the negative impacts are as little as possible and the positive impacts are as high as possible. And that is an important way forward. And it's not our role as GGGI to police what Uganda should or shouldn't do, but it's our role to make sure, and this is not only for oil but in general, to make sure that whatever Uganda decides to do to reach middle income, it's done in an as green as possible way. And my personal opinion in general on the oil and gas debate is that I think there's no one holy grail. Even renewable energy, I've been working in renewable energy my whole life. I'm an engineer, and even I still think that there eventually there's always going to be a mixture of energy, and there are products we derive from oil that are maybe not energy related that either we need to replace or we still need to make in the future. So I think there will always be a healthy mix, and if we move in that direction, you need to do it with the less impact as possible. Let me leave it there.
Thank you very much. David, I've just noted the work over the years from GIZ with the funding from the German government, promoting largely in the renewable energy space, also with a lot of contribution to the policy that we move forward. But there is something which is key as we use these renewables that are coming up. Issues to do with the standards as we move forward, reviewing our energy policies to ensure that they are in line, the efficient bit of using these renewables, and of course the enormous funding required. Of course, the argument in Uganda is that already our base load is taken up by renewable through the hydropower plant, which is around 1,378 megawatts. But there is a lot to be done. Yes, we have done a lot in the renewable energy space, and we are kind of bankrolled on the energy transition. What do you think could be the risks or dangers if Uganda takes it for granted that they're already there in energy transition? I mean, kind of sitting on our laurels. What do you think could be the danger to this energy transition in the Ugandan context, based on your experiences of your work in Uganda?
Yeah, thank you so much, moderator. Maybe I would bring in the element of the interlinkages that we see also in the energy sector, that then if the aspects that we're just talking about are not taken into consideration, then it has an effect not only in the energy generation in the country, but also other interlinkages. As we all know, and I think this is statistics that is all over there, food production accounts for almost 30% of the global energy consumption. I'm bringing this in because we need to see what does it mean for other sectors. 28% of greenhouse gas emissions are also due to the food production that we have in the country, as well as 70% of the freshwater usage here. The increasing population, and I think this is something that is also accounted for in countries like Uganda, means that foodstuff will also be on the rise. The need for the foodstuffs will also be on the rise all the time. So the estimate suggests that the demand for food, and this is very important, that will rise by 60%. I was just looking at this data yesterday, 60% by 2050. This will also bring a major increase in the use of energy and water. So this is basically the dimension we need to look at. What does it mean exactly when we, let's say, don't take these issues into consideration? So what I'm saying is the growing demand of food increases the pressure for the natural resources, I mean, for the raw materials that we have. It doesn't matter which ones we're talking about, whether it is oil and gas or renewable energies, definitely the growing demand of food has an impact into how we treat all this. Also, this has to do with consumption, but also the issue of pollution, as GGI has also just mentioned here. So the far-reaching consequences on environment, on ecosystem, on biodiversity, has direct impacts on the living conditions of the people. And this is very important because most of the time when we talk about energy, then we stick there. We don't realize that energy is actually an enabler to many other things that then would be negatively impacted. In addition to that, of course, we have the whole issue of climate change, and I think this is a subject that will keep us busy in the next years to come, as the COPs also are talking about this. Reinforcing these negative effects, but also insecurities, because when we talk about energy supply and what it means for water, for food, we have to talk about the security of the energy supply. So it is, and this is now important, the interlinkages and something that we should say undeniably interlinked the nature of the energy, water, and food. And this is something that I think as a take-home would be very crucial to be able to look at what are some of the innovations, how can we be able to ensure that there is that coordinated approach between the different sectors. I mean, we always use the terminology nexus of the different sectors that we're dealing with, and what does it mean with the kind of decisions that we make. Coming to the policy dimension, this is one aspect that GIZ has worked very closely with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, and we've seen very good strides. I think we have some of the best policies in comparison to many other countries that I have worked in. Yesterday, the minister was mentioning about the new energy policy that is looking into various innovative ideas into it. One of it is e-mobility. We know that it is one of the big topics across the globe. We have private sector companies here, also in the room, Chira Motors, Zembo, Bodavec, who are actually looking into this e-mobility, and the government has actually gone ahead. Usually, in some of the countries that we've worked with, that I've worked with, the government would have to wait that the private sector walks the talk before they even incorporate it into policy. But we've seen here that the government, I mean the highest leadership possible, that is the head of state of the country, pronouncing an e-mobility. And this is something that we've supported energy policy in the country, and it will be getting out into the cabinet and it will be implemented. This is one positive element. Maybe to wind up on policy, we've also worked closely with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, and also with the UN agencies, in particular UNHCR and many other humanitarian contexts, to come up with a sustainable energy response plan. Because Uganda, as you all know, welcomes quite a number of people who are running out from their countries for various reasons as refugees in the country, and somehow the government is looking into how do they deal with the increasing number of these people. So together with the government and the UN agencies, we've supported the Sustainable Energy Resource Response Plan, which is again a policy that the Prime Minister herself launched a few months ago. So that shows you there is quite a lot we can do in terms of interlinking the different sectors. Here I'm talking about water, energy, and food, to be able to see how can we ensure there is security of supply so that the other sectors are not impacted negatively. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Mr. Dagmar, as we conclude, David has mentioned something which is very key, that in the upcoming years, we are going to have an increase in the demand for food, over 60%, demand for water, and all of us know energy is a key enabler to all this. Yesterday, I was hearing a cry out for employment, job opportunities, and we do think that the energy transition will create more of these jobs. What do you think is the role of energy transition on the quality of life, or quality of life in the outer years?
Actually, that's a very interesting question, and I'm gonna say something that might not make me very popular because of the theme of this event, but I think the word transition might not be the right word. Because if you look, okay, let's look at the energy sector. You have electricity and you have non-electricity, cooking, for example, thermal energy. When you look at electricity in Uganda, their current installed production capacity is around 1,000 something. According to NDP3, the installed capacity needed to reach the goals is 4,000 something. Sorry, I'm not very good to remember the exact numbers, but I know that's in the document. So you need to produce 4 times more than you currently produce to reach your goals. At the moment, 85% of your installed capacity is hydropower. It's renewable. Uganda is one of the leading countries in the world. Really, really well done. So transition implies that you need to do something different. You don't need to do something different. You just need to do more of it. So actually, when it comes to, and now I'm only talking about electricity, I just want to make that clear. Yeah. When it comes to electricity, I want to question the word transition, because I don't think transition is needed. You just need to multiply, like multiple times multiply your production as a country to reach your goals. And I want to, and then later I'll talk about other forms of energy. But I want to give the example for Uganda. Your aim, your plan on how to reach middle income status is industrialization. Yeah. For industrialization to work, what do you need? Energy. I recently visited several companies in Mbale, one of your most established industrial zones in Uganda. And the industries, at least 2 of them were telling me, we have at least 8 power cuts per day. 8 power cuts, and every time, one of these companies was telling me, every time we have a power cut, we need to throw away a whole batch of our products and restart all machinery. We just restarted, 5 minutes later, bam, next power cut, you know? So even one of the most established industrial zones in Uganda is really struggling with its energy. I also visited Mbale, the Chinese-Ugandan industrial zone. They were actually doing better, and I know there was a huge investment there to establish a more stable energy connection, but they also indicated we struggle with the stability of power. So, yeah, I'm drifting a little bit, I'm coming back to the word transition, I'm drifting a little bit away, but I just want to emphasize that for Uganda to reach middle income, you need to develop industrialization will create jobs. It will create opportunities for especially the largely unemployed youth in Uganda. But for those jobs to materialize, you actually need energy. And of course, the country is working hard on grid extension, but there's also other ways to do this, which is decentralized renewable energy solutions. And one of the projects DGI is working heavily on, and this is not only even for industry, this is also for markets, government buildings, is, for example, solar rooftop solutions. And the interesting part of this is when we speak to the industry, they don't really care about low emission. They don't really care about carbon. Some of them do. I'm generalizing a little bit just to, you know, to power us up. But what they care about is money. And every time they have a power cut at the industrial zone, they are losing money. Switching to solar rooftop solutions is gonna make them money. No more power cuts. Uganda is very, very blessed with a lot of sun. So we also need to approach this very smart. Low carbon development, great. But what the private sector wants is money and stable access to energy, which is also renewable, is make them look good and is making them money. So this is also why, and now linking back to oil and gas, why we need to look at renewable energy. Because again, oil and gas, great, but it's not a holy grail. And in companies and areas difficult to reach, like Uganda, there are other better solutions already out there. And I was just reading an article coming up to this event this morning that solar power in Europe is now 10 times cheaper than natural gas. So you as Uganda, you can ask yourself, why do we want to go to natural gas? If solar power is, and of course the market is different in Europe, and maybe it's not 10 times cheaper here. I know all this. But still, do you really want to go now to natural gas if you already know that the future is solar? Look at, and I recently heard, and I think Her Excellency Chiwanuka said this in her speech yesterday, look at the example of DSTV. In Uganda, you were watching DSTV, cable TV, before people in the US had access to cable TV. You know why? Because you leapfrogged. You leapfrogged into new technologies. The same with the mobile phone. I've given this example many times. But you know, in my country, we started with a mobile phone, with a phone on the wall, and then we had a phone on a cord, and then we had a phone on a long cord, and then we had this huge phone that might be wireless. And now we have it all in our pockets, you know. As Uganda, you went straight to the mobile phone. Why do you want to go to oil and natural gas if you already know the future is renewable? So that's just my statement to come back on the oil gas. Okay, now taking a step back, sorry for this monologue, taking a step back to the discussion of transition, when it comes to other sources of energy in Uganda, I think we all know the majority of primary energy use is for cooking, and it's biomass. Biomass that is unfortunately sourced in a non-sustainable way. And this is where the word transition is correct. And this is not the traditional transition of we're going from coal or fossil fuels to renewable energy, which is the formal definition of transition, but it's the transition of transitioning from non-sustainable fuel sources to non-efficient technologies to sustainable and efficient technologies. And I've worked for 10 years in Asia, and you see a real shift there towards more efficient cook stoves. I know this is also happening here, but the pickup rate is lower. The access to financing, I think, is lower for the average household in Uganda. But there we really need a transition, and also a realization, I think, for the fact that getting wood, collecting wood from the forest is actually having a long-term negative impact. A lot of the flash floods in Uganda that are happening are related to the removal of vegetation from the mountains. The less vegetations you have on the mountains, the less water is kept in the ground. When it rains, and we have serious rains here, the more flash flooding you're getting. So that link, again, we're not only talking about energy. Energy is at the heart of many other challenges in Uganda. So the more we realize that we cannot just keep on taking from our forests, and we need to both improve on either replanting or reforesting, as well as on the efficiency on the cook stoves, so that we have less need for wood, the better it is for the country to grow, and the more opportunities there will be. And I see you looking at your watch. Let me stop there. Sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. The key takeaways from that is that if we had to go to the middle income status, we need to industrialize. Secondly, where do we need largely the transition in the way we use our biomass? And I know GIZ, they're doing a lot of work in that space. Where do you see ourselves in terms of transiting to clean cooking, and we do better on our approach to afforestation of this country, where we're doing really badly?
Yeah, thank you so much. Maybe I'll just pick up on one point that you mentioned, Gigi, I just mentioned. I think the bit of the, and this is basically a discussion, a conversation that did not start now, will not end now. I think it's going on. The whole issue of what do we need in the country going forward when you're looking at just transition. I think one of the aspects that the ministry is also looking into, maybe just to mention, is coming up with a strategy on just energy transition. So I saw the minister or the permanent secretary asking how can the government now have a formal document on how does the country move forward on just energy transition. This is one aspect that from GIZ side we'll be working closely with the government on this. I guess GGGI could also take part into this, because that will be kind of a very formal document come COP28 next year. I think that would be quite useful to go into, because I mean, there's so many other sources of energy here, so energy mix is very crucial. Coming back to biomass, and that is very important that you mentioned about this topic, because just the other day we had a delegation from the Ministry of Energy together with other GIZ colleagues, in particular our Energizing Development Program, and somehow we felt that there could be, I mean, might not be the case, but what we felt is we are at crossroads when it comes to cooking energy, because as you know, in decades, and I think Engineer Kalanzi, you've also participated in this, for so many years we've worked on these improved cook stoves and biomass, and the need to ensure the cutting down of trees is reduced as much as possible. We still have the same problem as we speak now. I mean, we're talking about population growth and so many other factors that are making this topic become much more crucial even as we go forward. The challenge that most of the partners are now coming up with is, should we continue after having worked over decades on this topic of biomass energy, and in particular in the cooking energy space? So this is a discussion that will continue being there, because it is kind of two ways on how we look at it. However, and this would be maybe my response into the direction that Uganda is looking at, but also most of the partners are looking at, is more shifting towards higher tier cooking. And higher tier cooking in this respect means trying to ensure that cooking energy does not exhaust biomass, or rather the cutting down of trees, but looking at other sources of cooking. For instance, the most important one that has been taken over again by the government, by the Energy Regulatory Authority, in terms of coming up with standards, is the whole issue of e-cooking, electricity cooking. Yesterday, you had the state minister mentioning that even if we have more production of electricity, we'll need to use that electricity. Of course, one element is productive use of energy, and that means we will be able to use electricity, not to have this dimmed power that goes to waste. But also, cooking energy will be one element that makes use of the electricity that we generate. The question would be, some areas do not have that electricity, might not have those poles running through the villages everywhere in Uganda. What else can we do? We're talking about mini-grids. I'm sure you might have attended sessions on mini-grids deployment that the government and many other partners are working on. This would be one element that could be looked into, pushing towards the e-cooking dimension. The colleagues of Energizing Development, but also SNV, I guess they're also in the room. We're also working into biogas, for instance. Biogas would be one of those technologies that could be looked at. So there's so many other avenues that we'll be looking at. Of course, not leaving anyone behind, because transiting 80% of the population that are still using firewood until now to be able to use electricity or biomass, or biogas for that matter, or LPG, because some other partners are looking also into LPG, will not be done at a tap of a finger. It will need some time to transit the 80% into the higher tier cooking, or the new innovation of cooking that we're looking at. And this is the support that GIZ will be also working together with many other partners to work with the ministry and also the private sector, because in the room I think there are quite a number of electricity cooking practitioners and also many other cooking energy technologies that are looking into more innovations that I guess the government will be entering into conversation with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. At this time, I'm opening up for a small session of Q&A from the audience. Let's pick up a few that you may have. Somebody with a mic could move it around.
Check.
Let's start with the middle. I think where is Michael? You can start from there.
Thank you very much, moderator. And I thank the panel for that nice presentation. Now, my concern is on two issues. One is on green jobs. You know, there is this international renewable energy agency which compiles a lot of data from different countries. And one of the issues they emphasize is that this transition is bringing in green jobs. I mean, from your own standing where you are, because I know this is secondary data from different countries, I don't know what is your view of these green jobs. Do they really exist as green jobs? And then two, will these green jobs happen without sinking the already built capacity around which has sustained the economies in the world? Are we doing a right path that we are maybe creating a new mass of people? Are we going to train afresh? Then two is on this issue of financing. I know we always talk about financing and it is needed actually for the transition, whether we agree it is a transition or use any other word, but we need financing. Now, in the Ugandan context, I have realized that the financing that is available is actually not supporting the general population to develop. It is supporting what we call those industrialists to develop, but not the general population to adopt to this transition. Is there a way we can think of a flexible financing regime that can support the transition to happen? You realize most of the companies that we have here are what we call social organizations or social companies or NGOs. Those are social organizations. They are trying to look at how do we develop the social ambitions of the communities without really giving them the financial capacity to develop on their own. If you can comment on those two, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can I pick another question, a lady in the same in the same row.
Good morning. Thank you, panelists. I'm Dr. Pila Jackie from Dera University. I was kind of getting worried when the panelists were speaking and I didn't hear anything regarding biomass. And when they spoke about it, it kind of lifted up my spirits. We are focusing more on emerging renewable energy resources and forgetting about the old ones, like tree planting. These are carbon sequesters that need really emphasis. And Uganda is really endowed with a good climate, but we have failed to understand our trees, our indigenous trees. We don't know their functional traits, we do not know their ecophysiology, and their the species-specific traits. And yet, if we did understand them, we would better focus perhaps on growing trees in particular probably sites. And I don't really see the government doing anything about it. I don't know if the panelists, can shed some light for me. Because with these trees, we would be better placed to sell these in the carbon market. They are more lucrative than these exotics that we kindly grow. So maybe if you could shed some light on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I'm going to this row, kind of, or column. The lady behind.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Marine. I'm a student in environmental policy, and I feel that we are not having the right debate here. So my question is, how do you intend to reach net zero when you're building a project which will release 35 millions of tons of CO2 each year, which is far more than Tanzanian and Ugandan emissions? So my question is, how do you intend to reduce your emissions when you're building a project like that? So your cooking stoves can
Which project in particular? Can you mention the project?
Sorry?
Which project is that?
The ECOP project.
Okay.
Which is one of the biggest oil projects, a huge pipeline. I think that you have not read the IPCC reports because it's really clear that we can't build these projects anymore. So I feel like we are not having the right debate. We are talking about cooking stoves that are energy efficient to save a few tons of CO2, while this project will release 35 million tons of CO2. So how do you intend to reach net zero with this kind of project? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I go to this side now.
All protocol observed. Good morning. Thank you, panelists and moderator. I was very happy with Mrs. Dagmar because for the first time, someone has the same thinking as me. Because I've been following climate change for some time. My name is Hans Joseph. I'm a final year student of civil and environmental engineering in Uganda Christian University. I've been following climate change for quite some time, and I picked interest on it about 4 years ago. I've been following groups such as Earthrise, and I've been seeing the process, what climate change is doing, what fossil fuels are doing to the world. I can give an example. Maybe in Uganda we won't feel it, but the Arctic and the Antarctica, they are melting. Sea levels are rising. Global temperatures are, last time I checked, they are risen by 1.5 on average. So I was happy when she asked the question, why do we really need to go back to fossil fuels when they are the major cause of this issue? I will appreciate if I get a convincing answer. And then the moderator talked about using electricity, like for cooking, with the challenge of there's a challenge where some areas can't access electricity and there are no poles. I was asking why don't we, because we are blessed with enough sunlight, areas which don't have electricity, why don't we adopt maybe solar cooking, something like that. Then I've been here for 2 days so far, and one of the ways I know to effectively tackle climate change is the adopting of green roofs, and I've not heard anyone talking about green roofs since yesterday. Green roofs. Pardon? Green roofs. Yeah. So since yesterday, I've not heard anyone talking about it, and I don't know why it's not being considered. Places like Singapore, they have adopted it and it's working. So I think we also need to, if we need to venture into much industrialization, that's the one sector we also have to look into. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I need now to go to the other column and we pick those, then we should answer those, then we go for a break.
I already have the microphone.
You are dictating now.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate the work of GIZ. We saw motorcycles. Imagine the way motorcycles are in town. They are everywhere. Now GIZ, you're producing motorcycles with enough batteries. They go change. Where shall we put the e-waste? If that battery, look at all the critical minerals inside there. If it gets old, where shall we pile them? Has the organization put a mechanism where we shall maybe recycle, or we are creating another problem which we shall now suffer with in future? Thank you so much. Secondly, at least today I'm so happy. We are transiting. We should now get solutions for our own transition. Well, Mr. Mbale says, yes, our transition is different from the transition in the north side. Thank you so much. GIZ, kindly answer me. Why I'm asking that, we had solar at home. The first one, the battery got old. We put it in the bedroom. We bought another one. It also is not working. We again put it there. So the whole bedroom has 6 batteries. You are saying you can get somebody to buy them, but who? Remember, you're deep in the village, in Bushenyi. So we've even moved away from the bedroom because it's now full of batteries. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's give an opportunity to the last group. One gentleman and one lady.
Thank you very much, our panelists. My name is Msima Ivan Bala, a student of industrial chemistry at Makerere University. My questions are, number one is, I think as the energy sector of Uganda, why don't we have a body that links up youth innovators in energy that will help us to come up with ideas so that we can grow? Next question is, the representative from GGGI has said that we know the future. The future is renewable. But unlike Uganda, unlike the Western and Europe, they are very well in energy when they are at a low percentage of renewable. In Uganda, we are concentrating on renewable only, and we have limited access to energy. I think so we should also tap in fossil fuels to be at the same level with them in the energy sector. The next question is, since yesterday, this is day 2, I've been here, I was here yesterday and I'm here today, I haven't had any panelists talk about wastes to energy. I think we should also tap in that sector of waste management to energy. Take over an example of using, like how sugar companies are using biogas for cogeneration to get electricity. We can also use other biomass, like rice hussicks, to get energy. Thank you very much.
Can we pick up another one? I can see a hand of a lady behind. Okay, let's get a gentleman in front, then the lady behind. Is the lady having the mic already?
Yes.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Alice Arinitwe. I'm happy about the issue of transiting to sustainable industrialization. However, I would like us to get back into the issue of how we are managing our resources, because we are forgetting to know that at some point, even when we talk about efficiency, but at what point you will buy an efficient car, but then you spend a whole day in town running around? Have you monitored your behavior? What control systems are in place and needed for us to manage this resource? Because even when we go renewable, without the management, we will not transit in that direction. The planners, have we engaged them when they are putting up such buildings? Can we optimize on the natural light? Have the planners engaged this? Has the government considered such things? Thank you.
The last bit.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'm Julius Ayewaziwe, economics student, energy economics student at MUBS. Well, everyone's talking about energy transition, me inclusive, I'm in for it. However, even our theme says renewable energy for sustainable industrialization and so on. But my question is renewable energy sustainable itself? Before we move on, because we've had cases where people are in the right direction, then they meet an obstacle, then they come back and they have excuses and they are valid. So, and one thing I think is that for us to have renewable energy sustainable, we need to increase on the governance for renewable energy. And given the systems that we have currently, I doubt if we can sustain it. Therefore, as the ministry, as the country and the other partners, what governance systems are you planning in place so that we can have renewable energy sustainable? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry for my panelists being 2 instead of 5. Yeah, I'm wondering how you are taking on many roles. I think for the government ones, you may leave them, but we can start with those that were within the space of GIZ activities, really. David, a lot is on your table. Could you please?
I wanted to say ladies first. and to give Dagmar to start. Dagmar, right, that's okay with you.
Let's go the ladies' way.
I'm eager, no problem, no problem. Let me start on the question on green jobs, which was actually one of the first questions that was asked. Very interesting topic. I want to emphasize that green jobs is not working in renewable energy. I want to emphasize that green jobs means that you have a proper income that you can live off with your family, that you have proper working conditions, that like green jobs, that it's inclusive, that there's equal access to jobs for women, minorities, different tribes, etc. Green jobs is much more than working in a green sector. And if you heard me speak before, I often give the example of breweries. I know how we all love to drink in Uganda, me included. Lots of breweries. So when a brewery decides to recycle their wastewater, for example, and they set up a water recycling plant, those jobs can be green jobs, even though the company might not be green. But if it meets all those criteria, yes, it can classify as a green job. So I just wanted to clarify that. Yes, and reach out. I don't know if they're in the room, but ILO is one of the front runners on this topic, of course, and GGI has been working closely together with them. When it comes to job creation, I think it touches upon a few of the questions in the room. Yes, the energy sector will be at the basis of a lot of job creations, either directly or indirectly. Directly, you can think about the developments in Jinja of Kira Motors, You can think of the developments in e-mobility in general, either the e-bikes or e-infrastructure. Sorry, my colleague is in the room there from NTSC. You can think of e-buses or even electric cars. The development of this sector will be creating a lot of jobs and will need new skills. I also wrote down the question was, okay, but what do we do with the existing skills? Those skills will not be lost, and those skills, you know, they will have to transfer into whatever new is coming up. And I actually am slightly diverting to a good example I often use is the waste management in Uganda. At the moment, when waste arrives in Kitesi dump, there's actually more than 1,000, I think it's 1,200 women working at the dump sorting the waste. If Uganda now is moving to moving waste management to Dundu and formalizing it, introducing mechanical sorting, what are you going to do with those 1,200 women that currently live off the waste dump? So those questions you can also ask for all the other sectors. And we, the private sector, the government, the civil society, we need to make sure that that element of inclusiveness is part of development. That is also my bridge towards the questions around waste management and waste to energy. Look, waste, again, in my country, waste to energy is one of the most applied technologies to deal with our waste. But GGI, together with partners like KCCA, I know GIZ is also active in this space, we have been analyzing the waste of Uganda, and Ugandan waste is 80% organic, which is wet. It might not be the optimal waste composition to go to waste and energy as it's being used in Europe. But there are other solutions of waste to energy. You can go to biogas, or you can go to, which is not energy, you can go to composting. So maybe the Ugandan, like the composition of waste in Uganda might not be best to go to incinerators at this time. But while you develop and go to middle income, your waste production will probably change. Hopefully it won't increase as we have in Europe. Hopefully we'll keep it down, but then that could be revisited. But at the moment it might not be waste. Incineration might not be the optimal solution in general. I have to generalize. Then I'm going to tackle the question on financing, and I think when it comes to the uptake of energy solutions by us, by the people of Uganda, access to financing is a very big challenge, and that is also a very strong focus point for GGI. How can we make sure that adoption of new technologies is a key element of the implementation of this transition? Let's keep on calling it a transition. And very recently we actually facilitated a deal around access to solar irrigation, in which a financing mechanism is set up to be able to provide for around 10,000 farmers in this case access to more affordable financing, to be able to invest in solar irrigation and not have to go to diesel first. A lot of these farms don't have access to. So again, it's leapfrogging. A lot of these farmers currently don't have access, and instead of making the step to diesel irrigation, they will go straight to solar irrigation. And these kind of funding mechanisms to create adoption are extremely important. I also know ACE, they have a production, they make improved cook stoves. Production in Gulu. They also have a financing scheme coming with their cook stoves. So last but not least, I want to reflect on two things, the tree planting and the batteries. The tree planting, I personally, and if you heard me before, I do not like the word tree planting, because it's not about planting, it's about growing and leaving them there. So growing, and I know people here love talking about tree planting, but you can plant a tree, if you cut it next year, or if you're not watering it, not taking care of it, it will die as quick as you planted it. So it's super important we don't focus on tree planting, we focus on tree growing and leaving trees. to be after being planted and making sure they grow. On the battery, I have to say that's a personal frustration of mine as well. I still take my batteries to the Netherlands when I travel home, and I collect batteries in my office. All GGI staff bring empty batteries to the office, and last time I traveled with, I think, at least 15 kilograms of batteries to the Netherlands, because I haven't found a place in Uganda where I can recycle my batteries. So if anybody knows, please do tell me. But yes, I couldn't agree more, and it's high on my priority list of addressing that in the future, but I haven't come around. I do know from personal experience, not GGI related, your car batteries, you can bring them back to UBL and you actually get a small payment back for it. So your car batteries, there is a solution. Your home use batteries, so yes, it is super important for us as we develop solar, as we develop e-mobility, waste management needs to grow at the same speed as the speed of the renewable energy solutions, because otherwise we're solving a problem on the left side and we're creating a problem for Uganda on the right side. So thank you.
Very much, Ms. Dagmar. Since you were given the opportunity, I think you have covered most of it. David, you're kind of relieved, right?
I'm relieved, but she threw the ball to my side. But I see the moderator is there. Maybe I could just touch on 2 points, if it's okay with you.
Quickly.
So, I mean, maybe just 1 point on the whole issue of energy transition, just to be clear. I mean, from GIZ, or let's say from the German government, there is no, let's say, one way to go when you talk about energy. I think one thing that is clear is the issue of energy mix. I think Uganda needs to have a variety of energy mix, and if it is, if oil is what the country will be going for, this is something that definitely the German government will not have a role to play in terms of telling the government of Uganda no or yes. The only thing we're saying is, if you look at the trends globally, we're seeing the shift towards clean energy. We're seeing the shift towards renewable energy, and this is something that Uganda can play a very strong role into it. One of the discussions also we're having with the government is the whole issue of hydrogen. I think Dr. Brian also in the morning mentioned about it. So there's so many aspects that we can look into in terms of reducing the negative effects, and I think that is what one of the ladies mentioned about the CO2 emissions. That is what we talked in the morning. Anything that we are developing, let us think about the generations to come. Now, on the solar, on the battery, that is a topic that we are actually talking about, because as you've mentioned, Dagmar, it's a question of solving one problem but creating another. So the battery issue is one thing that our colleagues from Energizing Development, which is one of the global programs also being implemented here, are looking into how to have a project that then supports all this battery recycling. This is a project that we've also done in other countries like Ethiopia, and so we will be looking into it, and I'm sure that the ministry or GIZ will be coming back to you. I will not go into details, but some colleagues from GIZ are also in the room here. Lastly is the issue of the e-bikes, and also the whole issue of battery swapping and all these kind of issues. There has been a challenge, and I'm sure there are different colleagues here, or rather private sector and NTCS also here, Bodaverk and the like. The battery is going through a lot of, let's say, changes or innovative applications into it. The use of the how do you call it, the lead acid batteries is one of the aspects that we are actually shifting towards the lithium-ion batteries, which could also solve some of the problems that we're seeing, including also the time that, the period that it takes to replace those particular batteries. So there is a technology shift and something that we are also working towards. So thank you so much. But also maybe just to mention lastly, moderator, is that some of the questions that you've raised here and that you need some answers, there will be different GIZ colleagues that are participating in different meetings. Please reach out to them and talk to them about those particular topics. Thank you so much.
Once again, I thank David and Ms. Dogma to have been very good panelists this morning. And as I conclude, I would like to tell the congregation, the Republic of Uganda as a government, I think we should trust our government. They are going to develop the ECOP, meeting all the rules that there be and the policy that there be, that the project is developed safely. Uganda has to develop, and we have to do so. We have no any other option. Government is here, and the government officials are here, so we can interact more during the break. So as David said, we are here, so we can, and there are many sessions we are in. so we can one-on-one answer most of these questions. And as moderator will guide, we have a lot of platforms where these issues will be put up and answered. So I welcome all your questions. We couldn't answer now. I'm just realizing how interesting this topic is. Thank you very much. I've been a very good audience, and good luck.
Thank you so much. Let's give Engineer Kalanzi and the panelists a great round of applause. We can't thank you enough. Thank you so much, Zembe. Thank you so much, GIZ and the other team. And to thank you so much, David Otieno and the entire team. Those who are just joining us, we had a preamble conversation about what yesterday was like, and that was given by Commissioner Brian Isabidie. And this conversation was about the bold conversations. And let me just cut this tweet. It's Ajal Kumar Shama on Twitter. He says, the conversation is so good, but how I wish Uganda would break away the bureaucracies in the energy sector to expedite the innovations and the youth inclusion. That is an opinion online. That we're talking quite a lot of policies and strategies and a lot of English, and we have a lot of bureaucracy that is suffocating the innovations from the youth. So if you're youth and you're here and you've been suffocated by bureaucracy, you can give that a clap. Maybe government can understand that. Mr. Kalanzi, that is loud enough. Now that the government is here, and later we're going to have our minister. Today, it's a very unique day because we're signing a commitment document between government and Total Energies, and this will be happening in the Albert Hall. So friends, we are going to have breakfast. I don't want to lose your sugar levels this early morning. So we are going to have a breakfast, but after the breakfast, we're going in a breakaway sessions till lunch. And please note where these sessions are going to be. Productive use of energy and commercialization of energy is going to be in Jacaranda Hall. It's on the first floor. So if you want to be in that kind of a conversation, you'll be down. It will be moderated by Mr. Perez Magola, a senior analyst from Open Central. And then we shall have the West to Use Approaches, a case study of Uganda. Just like Zwende was talking about the issue of West management, and she alluded to West needs to grow, that is equally going to be here. It's going to stay here. That is the Speak Ballroom here. It will be moderated by Mr. Tom Sengalama, a team leader from the Nature, Climate, Energy Resilience, that is under UNDP. Then Clean Cooking in Energy Planning, Acacia Hall, still on the first floor. That will be moderated by James Banabe, the MECS consultant. And then we shall have the energy financing vehicles. It will be in Ebony, still on the first floor. This will be moderated by Douglas Baguma, the board chair of Uganda Solar Energy Association. And finally, we shall have in Albert Hall. Albert, as you go down past the new construction site and you go past it on the other side, that's where Albert Hall is. We shall have net zero ambition, leading energy transition agenda. This is going to be led by Okama Zion. That's where we shall have equally the minister sign on the documentation. And then in Mahogany, still on the first floor, we shall have Let's Learn and Advance. It's still innovation. So wherever you want to go, kindly look for those. Mahogany. So first floor has quite a lot of those sessions. It's only Albert on the other side where we're going to have what we call the net zero ambition. So wherever you want to go, kindly go and attend these sessions after the breakfast. But the breakfast is going to be at the exhibition area. So have your breakfast while you go through the exhibition. Appreciate the innovators we have in the place and the inventions we have. But while you're going for the tea break, again, kindly carry your phone, carry your laptop, turn to your neighbor, tell them carry your valuables. I'm a Christian, and I believe that when the children of God in energy met, you never know what the enemy did. So carry your valuables, and let's link up later, shortly after lunch. But in whatever hall where you're going to be while you're discussing the commitments, we'll capture them and we'll have them for a later communique that will be signed tomorrow. Thank you. Oh, when I say carry your phone, it equally means carry your laptop as well. Yeah? Don't leave your laptop.
The available customers from place to every day. Thousands of motorcyclists or border boarders throng the streets of Kampala and the rest of Uganda in the hope of making ends meet, dashing readily available customers from place to place in record time. The border industry is one of the fastest growing businesses in Uganda. This is due in part to their affordability, easier maintenance, adaptability, and navigation of traffic congestion. However, even with their popularity, border boarders are synonymous with noise pollution, carbon emissions, and with fluctuating fuel prices. The foundation of this business is shaky at best, broken at worst. But that foundation is firm for the riders who have adopted the renewable energy-powered motorbikes by Zembo, a startup that offers electric, noiseless motorcycles and rechargeable lithium batteries to border riders.
So Zembo was started in 2018 by Etienne and Daniel, and we started with about 6 riders in a pilot where we were testing to see if electric mobility was viable in Uganda. The first thing that we truly started Zembo for is to help drivers. Drivers first are earning a lot less given the high cost of maintenance and the high cost of energy. Zembo solves that by having first a battery-powered motorcycle, which uses energy that costs less, and then on top of that is a motorcycle that requires a lot less maintenance.
This is Constant, the very first border rider to buy into the vision that Zembo was selling 3 years ago. Every morning, Constant starts his typical day at 6 a.m., riding from his residence in Ndeje to dash customers all over Kampala.
Epikipiki eno abasaabaze abamu agiwulira n'asirika n'ayagala agende nga yeetegereza amanye ddala kyawulidde kyekyo kubanga agituulako n'aba nga talina kyawulira naye abamu bwe bagituulako agenda okuwulira muli nga atandika okugiwulira naye ng'agamba butuufu epikipiki eno nnungi kati abantu ne bagyagala olw'okuba tebaleekaanira tebuguma tevaamu mukka kati bagyagala olw'ekyo ngifunyeemu kubanga bwe nali nga nvuga eri ey'amafuta nali nga nzimba nnyumba yange naye nga etambula mpola naye kati bwe natuuka kweno ey'amasannyalaze nalaba nga ate byanguwa kyandeetera ekyo nti nali sikozesa nnyo ssente nnyingi kweno pikipiki ey'amasannyalaze mu kukyusa battery mu kuzikyajinga kozesa ssente ntono kati ebyo byonna bindeetera okuba nti ssente ze nali kozesezza kweri ate mbeera nzisigaza.
During his daily journey, he makes at least one stop at a Zembo charging station to swap out his battery. Such charging stations are strategically located all over Kampala.
When we started Zembo, we had one station in Najanankumbi, and thereafter we moved to Ntinda, which then we had 2 stations. We have now grown up to 28 stations, and 4 of them along the Masaka Road corridor.
Green People's Energy, in partnership with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, supported electric motorcycle company Zembo to pilot its electric mobility service along the Kampala-Masaka National Highway. This is the first time that electric mobility is piloted in Uganda outside of urban Kampala along a major traffic corridor across 2 districts. With this work, we hope to gather proof that e-mobility can be scaled further in the country.
When we talk about e-mobility, there is need to ensure we are promoting renewable energy technologies, because some of the solutions could sit with solar powered technology. So it's important on our side that we promote aspects to do with the renewable energy development. So in that regard, we've even gone ahead to revise our energy policy to ensure we are incorporating aspects to support the e-mobility business.
With over 200 eco-friendly border riders now spread all over central Uganda, Mbale remains committed to improving people's quality of life by curbing air pollutants and noise and making the border business more profitable for the riders.
In this session, we are going to be discussing a very interesting topic, looking at waste use approaches. We know that in this country, like other developing countries and emerging economies, we have challenges with the waste that we generate, and with urbanization and with limited technologies on how to convert this waste into different uses, we are grappling with how to manage the ever-increasing waste in our urban centers. So today, we are going to have two presentations. One from Joel Kajina, Manager, Waste and Sanitation of KCCA, and one from Lazarus, the Project Officer of NAMA. NAMA is a project managed by Ministry of Water and Environment, Ministry of Energy, and funded by GF through UNDP. So as a preamble, we know that high urbanization rates and population growth rates continue to impact on delivery of waste management services in urban areas in Uganda. And whereas waste-to-use systems and technologies have been widely adopted and developed worldwide, their uptake in Uganda is still low. This panel will feature representatives from financing institutions, central and local governments and agencies, research and academia. We are going to have a presentation by the two that I have talked about, but then after that we shall have a panel, and today we are privileged to have very distinguished panelists from private sector, Stanbic Bank, and we from academia, Guru University, from, let me cross-check with my list, from regulatory bodies, Mbale City, and then we shall have from National Water and Sewage Corporation, who will discuss how they are converting waste to energy. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me invite the two presenters first, Joel and Lazarus.
Thank you very much. All protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for giving us your time to attend this session on waste-to-use approaches. I will be sharing an experience in waste management and energy recovery through the lens of, or give a snapshot of the journey that the NAMA Biogas project. The NAMA is a nationally appropriate mitigation action, which simply means a policy or a project implemented by developing countries to meet their emission reduction targets under the Paris Agreement. So the NAMA Biogas project commenced in 2018. This is the outline of my presentation. We shall have the introduction, project progress, impact of the project so far, and key issues or lessons learned. Like I mentioned, the project began 2018. We are in the fourth year of implementation, it's 2022. The project is funded by Global Environment Facility, supported by United Nations Development Program, and the project is contributing to a program outcome under the global umbrella of UNDP and that is to improve waste management and thereby reducing emission reductions to help on improving Uganda's targets towards its NDC. The objective of this project is to improve waste management practices in urban areas of Uganda through introduction of integrated waste management practices and deployment of biogas systems. So integrated waste management is a notch higher than the usual solid waste management that we've been doing as a country, in that it integrates all processes along the waste value chain from waste generation up to waste recovery. The project is being implemented by the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development with support from other responsible partners, including National Water and Sewerage Corporation, which is present today, National Environment Management Authority, the cities of Jinja, Masaka, Mbale, Mbarara, the Climate Change Department of the Ministry of Water and Environment, and other entities. The project has 4 components. Component 1 deals with capacity building and improvement in the regulatory framework for waste management. And as you can see on the slides, the project has undertaken a number of activities since its inception. The project has raised awareness in integrated waste management. We as Ministry of Energy, the interest is to generate electricity or to generate power from the waste. However, during the course of project implementation, it was realized that a number of activities have to be undertaken before we get to the point of recovering organic waste for generation of electricity. Why? Because most of the waste in Uganda that we generate is mixed. We do not have the culture of waste sorting from the source. Neither do we have it at transport, and neither is it there at the disposal facilities. So the Nama Biogas project found it prudent to first lay the ground for an enabling environment to enable recovery of organic waste, which will be used for generation of power or electricity. So you've raised awareness in integrated waste management approaches, like I mentioned, waste sorting at source, during transportation and at disposal as well. We've supported cities of Jinja, Masaka, Mbale, Mbarara, and KCCA, those are our project pilot cities, to update their waste management ordinances. Why? So that they can include some of the provisions that will enable recovery of organic waste that will be used to produce the electricity. A case in point, some provisions were introduced, for example, off-taker fees from the public, and also tipping fees at the landfill. Why? So that we can make the waste value chain sustainable. Yeah? If you charge some money at collection, but also the entity that disposes the waste or that is in charge of disposal charges some at the fee, at the disposal, then there can be some sort of sustainability of the chain. Number 2, provisions for waste-to-energy systems as well were included inside the ordinances so that the cities can advance from disposing the waste as it is to introducing some recovery measures. For example, anaerobic digestion and others that may apply. All right. The project has also supported review of policies at national level. We are trying to make sure that the policies at national level cascade down to the local government level. So at the national level, the project has participated in the review of the National Urban Solid Waste Management Policy which is under the auspices of Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, basically to introduce provisions in the regulatory framework or in the policy that enable promotion of waste to energy systems. Capacity building has been carried out for the different cities and municipalities that we've interacted with. This project has interacted with 11 cities. That is our pilot cities of Jinja, Mbale, Mbarara, Masaka, and Kampala, but also additional cities of Arua, Lira, Gulu, Fort Portal, and municipalities of Tororo, Masindi, and Hoima. And the interest here has been to scale up some of the interventions that we have managed to undertake in the pilot cities. For example, the updating of ordinances for waste management. In that, when interventions are implemented in the pilot cities, they can as well be scaled up to additional cities and municipalities. Those are some of the pictures from the capacity building activities we've carried out. We supported Mbale City to relaunch the Keep Mbale Clean Day. It was a waste management campaign by Mbale to get rid of illegal waste dumps, but it had died out due to some factors here and there. However, with increased awareness campaigns under the Nama Biogas project, some of these city drives have been revived. Under this project, because waste is a cross-cutting issue, and there are different stakeholders that are in charge of different segments of waste management. For example, at disposal, you have the cities, urban authorities, and then they do the disposal management, transportation, that's under the cities. However, there are the people that, the licensing for the private investors, the issuing of water discharge permits is done by other entities, Ministry of Water and Environment and NEMA as well. So it was realized that other stakeholders needed to be brought on board so as to develop a holistic waste management solution. So the ministry launched a national waste to energy thematic working group. And this group brings together different stakeholders, policy players, private sector partners, development partners, research and academic institutions to try and find solutions in terms of energy recovery from the waste that we have. That platform was launched in September last year. So the platform, since its launch, has undertaken some activities. Some of the stakeholders that we are working with have developed solutions that require support, that require government support, but also support in terms of financing. And this platform has all kinds of stakeholders. So our partners, some of them reach out to us, and then we find ways of how to further develop the solutions that they have come up with. Case in point, Koinao Waste Management Services, one of our stakeholders in Mbarara City, has developed a waste management solution for managing plastic waste. You know, we all know plastic waste is a preferred bottling or a preferred carrier for very many products that we consume. However, it is dumped indiscriminately. It can easily be transported from one place to another, even by wind, which has led to so many problems, clogging of drainages, such kinds of things. So this group has developed a solution, a homemade solution, to ensure that plastic waste is managed better. Yeah, so with other stakeholders on the platform, for example, at the research and academic institutions, this group has been supported to, or is being supported to improve on the design of the waste, of that waste bunker. As you can see it there, it has some challenges with its design and also site selection. Under this project, another, I can call it a platform, was also launched. It's the Greater Kampala Metropolitan Technical Working Group on Waste Management, Sanitation, and Environment. We all know that Greater Kampala has shared resources. For example, the landfills, the road network, they are shared. So in our interaction with KCCA and the Greater Kampala entities, it was realized that there is need for integrated planning. And because there is an existent mayor's network for Greater Kampala, it was thought to be prudent that a technical wing, a similar technical wing would be developed for the Greater Kampala metropolitan area. So this technical working group was launched. It consists of environment officers and also public health officers from the GKMA entities of Chira, Nansana, Chira, Nansana, Makinde Sabagabo, Mukono, and Entebbe as well. All right. Under the second component of this project, we have done some work on introducing waste-to-electricity biogas plants. We all know that Uganda does not have a waste-to-electricity plant that uses solid waste as an energy resource. So under this project, feasibility studies have been conducted so as to lay the ground or to find out whether it is viable to produce electricity from solid waste in this country. So a feasibility study has been done for the Kitezi site, and it shows that it is actually viable to produce electricity from waste in this country. Another study was also done to enhance the capacity of fecal sludge to produce more biogas. And this study was done for the Nachibo Wastewater Treatment Plant and the National Water and Sewerage Corporation. Options were analyzed for co-digestion, including co-digestion with municipal waste, other additives such as chemical reactants, and other feedstock as well. Those are some of the images. The first image was a monitoring visit for the layout of the biogas electricity plant for Chitezi. That study has reached a conclusive stage, I can say. We have the technical study has been done, the financial feasibility study has also been done, the economic and also the legal study. Under the component 3 of this project, we are looking at scaling up of the interventions that I listed in component 1 and 2 of the project. Yeah, so under this component, the project developed a gender strategy and action plan to incorporate aspects of gender. Some of these aspects are already being implemented, but they are to be scaled up to other cities and municipalities as well. The project is also conducting waste flow studies for the additional cities and municipalities as well. So these waste flow studies, their goal is to provide data that can inform waste to energy investments at generation, transport, or at disposal. The waste flow studies are being done for households, institutions, commercial entities, but also industrial plants as well. So we want to know how much is generated, how much is being collected, and how much reaches the landfill. And that which doesn't reach the landfill, where does it go, and what can be done about it in terms of recovery of energy. The project is also developing a national biogas strategy for dissemination of biogas systems at household, institutional, and industrial level. In this biogas strategy, aspects of bottlenecks that are hindering development of the biogas sector are being studied, policy aspects, technology aspects, financing aspects as well, and also social aspects and the perception of end users of biogas technologies. The project is also undertaking a study to update standardized baselines for municipal wastewater and wastewater from agro-processing industries in Uganda. The standardized baseline is hoped to spur a development of projects, of carbon projects that mitigate emission reductions from proper management of municipal wastewater, but also wastewater from agro-processing industries. Those are some of the consultations that have been carried out under the project. The first one was the first picture you see up there was the consultation in the Elgon region. And the second one was at Kakira Sugar Limited. So what are some of the early impacts that have been observed through implementation of this project? There has been increased awareness in integrated waste management. There has also been increased demand for waste management in the cities that we are working with. Of course, when you carry out awareness campaigns, one of the indicators that you follow to know if your campaign is working is the demand for services, which has been realized at least under this project. There have been increased partnerships for joint solutions in waste management. One of our cities present today, Mbale City, was supported to undertake a benchmarking activity here in Kampala. And they realized that Kampala is a little bit ahead of them because of the strategy they have for engagement with the private sector. So Mbale adopted some of the private sector partners that were here. They met on that benchmarking trip, which I think was a good impact for Mbale City. So some of them are being engaged to find a way how to replicate the same strategy in Mbale. The policy, this project has also contributed to the legal and regulatory framework. Like I mentioned earlier, we've supported review of national policies, but also policies at the local government level. What are some of the lessons that have been learned under this Nama Biogas project? Number one is that there's need for continuous sensitization of the public in waste management approaches. We have realized that the public needs to continuously be sensitized to pay for the waste that they generate. The polluter pays principle is not local to Uganda, so people need to continuously be sensitized of the importance of waste management, but also to pay for the waste that they generate and the benefits that accrue from that management. Number two is that private sector financing is key, or private sector investment is key in the waste to energy value chain. As I mentioned earlier, KCCA is a little bit ahead of other cities and municipalities in Uganda because of their involvement of the private sector. So we think that is very crucial. Number three is that waste management is a cross-cutting issue across all sectors of the economy, and if it is to be managed well, many stakeholders or pertinent stakeholders have to be brought on board to formulate joint solutions. Yeah. And the last one is that access to finance for waste to energy projects need to be further discussed or deliberated upon by the different responsible entities. Why? Because the investments, first of all, they require a high upfront investment, and secondly, the payback period is not as may not be as small as other projects. For example, the solar projects of the like. With that, I would like to thank you for your attention. I wish you a good day.
So thanks, Lazarus, for that wonderful presentation. I think Lazarus has taken us through a project that has tried to, one, systematically help to understand both policy and operational issues related to waste management. It has done a lot of baselines and generated data that is useful, but also tested a number of technologies for waste management. We are now going to invite Joel to lead us through how KCCA has built on these lessons, on this information to improve or to handle waste management in Kampala City. Welcome, Joel.
Good morning. All protocols observed. My name is Joel Mwesije. I work with KCCA, and I'll be sharing with you our experience in the sector of waste, with a lot of focus on municipal solid waste and a bit of challenges, but I wouldn't want us to go through a lot of those, but rather the opportunities that are before us and what the future looks like if each and every one of us put some effort in their area of work to have a livable city. I will just briefly take you through the administration of waste in Kampala. So how the sector is organized, our service performance, where we are meeting the expectations and where we are falling short. And then Lazarus mentioned that we are looking at, we are tackling the waste as a metropolitan issue. So we are not really focused on the boundaries of just what's happening in Kampala alone, but the cross-cutting issues with our neighboring municipalities. And then I'll introduce you to the bigger project that KCCA has been cooking for the last 7 to 8 years. That's looking at fixing the entire system from generation of waste up to the disposal and treatment. And then, of course, lastly, I'll highlight where the priorities are, and the financing options, and of course the opportunities that are before us as citizens, but also the private sector and government, so that we have an integrated solution. As you're all aware, Kampala is made up of 5 divisions, which equally share the waste that is generated within Kampala. So we are looking at percentages of 17 to 20% with the Central Division, which is the Central Business District, accounting for the biggest percentage of what's generated, but it's not a big difference. So all the divisions contribute almost equally. We are looking at a night population of 1.7 million people, which doubles during the day because of the nature of our city. You have a lot of people coming into work, but they do not necessarily live in the city. And of course, these populations leave behind a lot of waste for the municipality, the city authority to deal with. Those are just the statistics. We are also grappling with an issue of informal settlements in our cities. The biggest chunk of our populations live in unplanned settlements, and these have deep physical planning issues that of course impact how to serve these parts of the cities with services including water, sanitation, and enforcement of the law. So that's also a highlight to think of while we are planning for the sector. We've also done some work on trying to understand the waste profile. I've mentioned the generation, but also what's the quality of waste we are looking at. And by waste, I'm specifically speaking to municipal solid waste, or what's commonly termed as general waste or domestic waste. So you have generators of this waste, of course, having different economic statuses, but our studies do not show a big difference between the amounts of waste the rich and the poor generate. There isn't much difference. We all average about 700 grams of waste per day per person. And that cuts across the low income up to the high income. The simple reason in our Kampala context for these figures that are almost similar is the nature or our sense of awareness on the value we attach to waste. So much as the rich might have the resources to invest in sorting equipment at the source of waste where they are generating it from, they do not put this into practice. So they will mix up their packaging material together with their food residues, just like someone living in a low-income part of the city. So the result of the two different statuses of these two individuals will create the same challenge to managing our waste. Looking at how the sector is organized, of course, I have to mention the legal framework that we operate in. We have the national laws. We have also the city-level ordinances. And, of course, these promote the principle of polluter pays. So we all are responsible for the waste we generate, not just the city authorities. So we, the generators of the waste, are responsible for safely managing this waste when it's still within our premises until it's handed over to the authorities or the designated agents like the collectors and transporters. The municipalities also ride on the Public Health Act that give the mandate to the city authorities to organize the sector, but also ensure public health by organizing everyone and bringing together all stakeholders to organize the sector. But also at the center of it all, the ownership of waste is on the producer of the waste, not KCCS or the other municipalities. Then, of course, we also take on the role of licensing the waste handlers through NEMA. NEMA is the national agency, but they designate municipalities to recommend and enforce private sector participants that want to engage in the business of handling, storage, and transportation of waste. Just to share a few monetary values of what we have in Kampala, that's our annual budget for managing municipal solid waste, with the biggest percentage, of course, going to our field staff that you see sweeping the roads every day, picking up trash to transport it to the dump sites. And, of course, maintaining the fleet also is a big component on how much we spend on within the sector, and also managing the dump site, which is in Kitezi. If you split this budget across the amount of waste we are dealing with, we are spending about $10 per ton of waste that we manage, and this does not include the waste that we don't collect. So what we collect is about half of what is generated, and that's the expenditure, with the biggest percentage of course going to collecting, the logistics to do with collection of this waste prior to disposal. We have about $2 spent at the dump site. This goes into hiring equipment and buying the different logistics involved in treating waste at the disposal site. We do not charge any collection fee. Rather, we do not charge any disposal fee at the dump site. However, during the collection, we have the private sector collecting from individuals that are willing to pay for their waste collection services. So those will charge a fee, which is just to cater for the collection. And then KCCA will collect at no fee. And then at the disposal site, the private sector do not pay any money to KCCA. So KCCA meets 100% of the cost of disposing of this waste. So in summary, that's what I've just discussed. We are dealing with about 2,000 tons of waste being generated per day, each of us contributing about 700 grams per day. 50% of that waste is collected, so 50% is left behind because of the low capacities here and there, but also the social and cultural issues regarding how we dispose of our waste. We do not have any segregation culture among our populations, save for hotels that I think try to do that, but the collection system does not promote separated collection of waste. So some individuals might labor to segregate their waste, but when the collector comes, they just mix up everything. That's the split between what we collect and the private sector. So the private sector in Kampala, like Lazarus mentioned, collects more waste than KCCA, and they have, of course, more trucks, but of low capacity, and they are not as specialized, but regardless, they are able to collect more waste than KCCA, and this is under concession agreements that they sign with the authority to collect waste in well-to-do communities, and then KCCA fills the gap of those that stubbornly do not want to pay for their waste, but also the poor neighborhoods of the city, where individuals will choose to put the waste on the roadside at night or ferry it onto someone's gate and disappear. So that's the share of the work that we have with the private sector. And then coming to the JKMA context, so Kampala, we are not planning or doing this work in isolation. We want to consider the impact, so or the share of responsibility with our transient population, which are largely residents of Wakiso district in the municipalities of Kira, Entebbe, Machindye, Sabagabo, Nansana. But what's key here to note is the Greater Kampala metropolitan area has about 4.8 million people, if you go by the UBOS statistics, but only 36% of this figure are residents of Kampala. And of course, half of our residents, like I mentioned, live in unplanned settlements. Also, the waste that we generate as the metropolitan area, it's double what we generate in KCCA. It's about 4,600 tons per day. And these are latest figures from a study that was done early this year. And then the per capita generation, I mentioned it already. And what's interesting is that much as Kampala constitutes just less than half of the JKMA population, we are generating about 42%. So this highlights the focus and the special attention that the city gets in regards to the cleanliness standards that is expected of the authorities and the amount of investment that we need in the capital city, but also relatively have a similar investment directed to the secondary cities surrounding Kampala, because they have similar needs and growing demands of similar services you see in Kampala. These I will just rush through. At the collection, so this is the value chain of the municipal solid waste service. You have the collection system, and here we are giving, we are looking at door-to-door collection of waste by the private sector. And then you have KCCA doing, we call it a bring to truck. So we will issue out notices or sound a horn as we are going through communities, and then people bring their waste to the roadside, and then they won't be paid, they won't be charged any fee. And we are operating, of course, at about 27 trucks, which is not really that of a good number for a city. But most importantly, we do not segregate waste at this point of generation, which brings in a challenge of dealing with contaminated domestic waste in regards to being a renewable source of energy as the focal discussion of this conference. Transportation, we have challenges there, but like you saw in the figures, there's a huge opportunity for the private sector to grow. And I think in our strategic plan as KCCA, we are looking at having up to 85% share of waste collection by the private sector, and KCCA focuses on diversion and disposal of residual waste, and of course the whole idea of generating resources and energy from waste. Financing remains the key challenge in overcoming these gaps. For the last 7 to 8 years, I've been working as a landfill officer, so I want to highlight the challenges we have at the only landfill in this country. A landfill is just an organized dump site, if I'm to put it in simple terms. Kitezi is located in Mbale, if some of you are familiar with that location. It's out of Kampala, so because of the need for spaces that are safely distanced from communities, waste disposal sites are we try to site them out of the city. This facility wasn't as big as it is today. It was about, I think, 6 acres in the early 2000s. But right now it's 36 acres of land, and it's full with municipal solid waste generated from Kampala and the neighboring towns. Chira municipality and the like do not have a dump site, so they all bring to Chitezi. So over time, this facility has run out of space, and without having an alternative facility, we run a risk of having some serious, hazards in regards to pollution, but also human health. Cities are growing at a very fast rate. If I had a Google image, I would show you, but I don't have. But what I'm trying to say here is these facilities are a few meters away from people's homes. And it's an issue of physical planning, but also an issue of land being cheaper in such areas where you have waste being transported to. So the opportunists, of course, take up those chunks of land and sell it to low-income earners in small parcels. Someone takes a 30 by 40 feet size of plot, they put up a house. Before you know it, you have a mushrooming community within the landfill, which is a very dangerous thing to live close by. For those that stay in the neighborhood of Kitezi, I'm sure you know the nuisance of the smells, but also the traffic that comes with the transportation of waste to that site. It damages the infrastructure, causes so many accidents here and there. So what KCCA is trying to do is to close this site, but we are a bit constrained because you cannot close the only dump site that is serving a population of about 4 million people without an alternative site. The ripple effect of that would be waste remaining in the city, which is a worse off case. And you'd have, of course, the politicians running riot on that. So we are pressing government to, prioritize this, and of course through its partners, so that we get a solution for disposal. So that once you have the final disposal infrastructure, then you have some relief to work on some of these innovative waste diversion efforts that we'll be discussing later. So this is the main flagship project of KCCA. We are trying to come up with an integrated waste management program to increase our safely managed waste from about 50% to 85% within the next 3 years. This was a 5-year program that started in 2020, and 2 years down the road, we have achieved a few milestones, but there's a lot more to do. And what this program entails is a whole system approach where we are promoting segregation of waste at source. It's currently very low, under 5%. We want to increase collection and transportation, so the wastes that you see are uncollected within the city, those that are being disposed of indiscriminately in our environment, we need to clean up. And of course, that involves also enforcing against littering. I'm sure you've come across people throwing things out of their cars in the city. So all those contributors to uncollected waste. Private sector involvement. These are our good partners. There is money to make in the waste sector, and want to open up these opportunities and create an enabling environment for the private sector to flourish. Like I mentioned earlier, we need to have a centralized disposal facility. A landfill is not the most desired waste treatment infrastructure because of its pollution-related issues. But in every waste management system, you need a final disposal solution, because there are waste materials that will always be unwanted. They won't have any energy value. They'll be contaminated, and the cost of recovering resources out of those will be too high. So as we speak, we don't have that facility. We don't have that final disposal solution. Kitezi is out of time and space, and we need to substitute it. And of course, the community is at the center of all this, governance and coordination of all involved parties. That's a snapshot of the system that we envisage, collection. I mentioned that KCCA's focus will be on diversion of waste materials that can be potential energy sources, but also recycling opportunities are in there. Organics constitute about 70% of our waste stream. If we are discussing biogas under NAMA, that 70% waste is there and is free. People are disposing it of as waste, but we want to look at it as a resource. And I think as we separate our waste and manage the different waste streams separately, then we can also discuss waste to energy, where you can incinerate some of these waste materials and get heat, energy, and gas. Dundu is our is the project site that is to host this centralized final disposal solution that I mentioned of, and we've done some work on it. So this is about 136 acres of land situated in Mukono Kalaji, so it's actually in Mukono district. And again, we are not looking at these facilities as KCCA facilities. They are metropolitan facilities that should serve the needs of all the urban cities, the urban areas that comprise, the metropolitan area are comprised of. We've done some financial, economic, social impact assessments and viabilities. And these reports are to form, of course, an investment proposal for government to leverage and work towards work with the financiers of NDP3 to achieve some of these investment needs. These are also monetary figures that I wanted to share. So I mentioned that we are not charging any fee at the gate at Chitezi. With the feasibility that we've done for Dundu, we to make the project sustainable, we have to introduce a fee. This is one of my last slides. So currently we are spending $2 per ton at the disposal facility. To have a sustainable solution at Dundu, we need about $15 per ton. So that viability gap funding is the main issue here. And these are the different interventions that we've prioritized at the various stages of the municipal solid waste management system. Behavioral change, of course, is at the center of it, and the private sector, but most importantly, waste diversion. Landfilling is not sustainable in a city environment. We cannot create the likes of Kitezi every 5 years. The populations need to put up homes, so as we grow in numbers, we cannot waste away spaces like Kitezi to accommodate our waste. So we need to turn our wastes into valuables. I think that's it. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, thanks, Joel, for the wonderful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, I think the case for improved waste management has been made. We have seen that our biggest and oldest capital city and the only city that has been around for the last 50 years does not have organized waste treatment or waste collection system. We also know what goes in a lot of waste. We know the issues of underground water pollution that comes with the waste disposal methods where we use dumping as a mode of waste disposal. We know the challenges of having mixed up waste streams, hazardous waste mingled up with non-hazardous waste, and all being dumped in the same place. We know the challenges of waste as a nuisance, where the vectors, disease-transmitting vectors, the smell, and others. And therefore, the case for improved waste disposal is not a case that is in doubt. And that's why we are discussing this today. We need to come up with innovative solutions on how we can improve our waste management, but also look at different ways on how we can finance different modes of waste management. And that's why today we have a mix of discussants. We have researchers who are going to discuss different research areas where they have lessons from other cities, where they have researched information on technologies.
we also have financiers who for a very long time have not probably invested in waste management because of risks associated, financial risks, because financiers always look at profitability and always look at low-risk investments. But we shall be happy to listen to the financiers, but also building on NAMA, what NAMA is doing and the innovations they are bringing in the area of waste to energy, the whole aspect of waste resource, the possibilities of waste recycling technologies. We are going to listen to one of the emerging cities, that's Mbale city, on how they are building on some of these lessons from NAMA, on how they are learning from the challenges. Let us not call them mistakes of KCCA, the challenge that KCCA is faced with, to develop a city that is, one, sustainable in terms of waste management, but also resilient in a way that they are putting in place the right infrastructure and the right systems for sustainable waste management. So that 20 years from now, we are not discussing the issues of Chitezi, we are not grappling with the polluted underground water systems. Maybe for the purpose of this audience, we may all know that National Water and Storage Corporation has always increased the cost of water treatment because increasingly, most of the waste that end up in Lake Victoria has polluted the water source. And in order for us to get potable water, National Water has had to invest very heavily in water treatment, to an extent that now they are shifting to a new site which is less polluted. And all that cost comes to you as the consumer. You are the one who pays for that treatment of water. And therefore, good waste management means a cost saving to you in terms of health, improved quality of life, in terms of reduced cost of water access, and many other benefits, but also the aesthetic value of living in a clean environment with no flies and other vectors around you. So today is an important day for us where all of us are going to reflect on how we manage our waste. We recognize that there is no system for separated waste treatment, and therefore even those who segregate are forced to see their waste mixed up again and dumped. How do we build systems for better waste management, from managing the waste stream from the source to a waste treatment site, so that we enjoy benefits of this waste? How do we maximize the 70% of our waste stream that is organic, that is a potential source of energy? How do we invest in that kind of waste? How do we manage the percentage of waste that is recyclable, the plastics and others, where we can get other good products that would be resources rather than waste? How do we manage the hazardous waste, most of them toxic and dangerous, others persistent in environment, that is also mixed up in our waste and dumped in Chitezi, and over time ends up in the water stream that we end up drinking? So understanding the waste cycle and knowing that actually the waste you throw away ends up in your stomach at some point is also very, very important. So let us invite our discussants to come and delve deep into this issue of waste and enlighten us on how we can move forward with better waste management, but also how we can mobilize resources for better waste management. You will have a lot of opportunities to ask a lot of questions. Please take note of the issues that have emerged from the presentations, and then issues that will emerge from the discussions. And then by the end of the day, we should go out with better understanding on how best we can manage our waste and the benefits therein. So without taking much time, I will invite, I think I have 4 discussants here. One is Miria, Dr. Miria, the project manager for the Nama Biogas, who will come and enlighten us on what has been the experiences of Nama Biogas project regarding establishment of biogas to electricity plant in Uganda. She will be looking at the issues of policy, she will be looking at issues of financing, and issues of resources. We are going to have National Water and Sewage Corporation. Do we have a representative here? Who will give us, who will share experiences on how National Water and Sewage Corporation has managed to manage the municipal sewage and converting it into biogas and fertilizers and manure, generally managing that waste stream and converting it into resource. What have been the challenges, the lessons, and how do we develop this further? The issues of around waste recovery. How do we learn from that experience? And how do we scale it up to cover other forms of waste stream, the 70% of solid waste that we are throwing away? We are honored to have the municipal environment, the city environment officer for Mbale City. And Mbale City, like most of the cities, are grappling with the issues of waste management. So we want Mbale City to tell us how they have managed and what they plan to sustainably manage the waste stream so far, and what lessons they are learning from the Nama Biogas. Again, we know that the issues of financing, not just in waste, by the whole, I mean in the environmental sector, particularly looking at managing environmental resources for sustainability has been a challenge, especially attracting private sector to invest in those areas. Particularly big challenges have been in mobilizing resources for waste management. I think NAMA has grappled with the challenges of finding a private sector partner to come and work with the project to develop a waste to energy plant. Up to now, they have those challenges. But why? Why do we have those challenges? Yes, we are solving real-life challenges and real-life problems. And if we know that 70% of our waste can be converted into energy, why is there that apathy, that anxiety of not wanting to finance this kind of investment? We are honored to have, just reflect on the name again, we are honored to have Ms. Paula from Stanbic, the head of investment in Stanbic, who is going to share with us, one, the why are they not investing in such an important sector? But two, what do we need to do to attract that kind of investment so that we really utilize and convert waste to resource? Finally, research and evidence is important in guiding financing and in guiding policy and decisions on waste management. We are honored to have I missed the name, from Guru University, Dr. Angunya, I think, Anguyo. From Guru University, you will introduce yourself, who will talk about the evidence and the research that has been done and how we can utilize this research. Before I invite them to introduce themselves, I will take this pleasure to first introduce myself. I didn't introduce myself earlier, and it was deliberate because I wanted to introduce myself when I have this team of distinguished panelists in front of me. So the moderator is Tom Sengarama. I work with UNDP. I lead the Nature, Climate, Energy, and Resilience. And I work with Dr. Miria on this Nama Biogas project. And therefore, it was exciting for me to listen and see how Nama has generated sufficient information and evidence that can be a basis for our future investment. And it is also exciting that KCCA is coming up with an integrated waste management approach that is going to address the challenges of waste in this country. So without taking much time, I will invite the panelists to introduce themselves, starting with Miria, and then we delve into the discussions. Over to you, Miria.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Dr. Miria Gunyo. I am the project manager for the Nationally Appropriate Mitigation Action for Integrated Waste Management to produce biogas in Uganda. And this project is implemented by the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you so much, moderator. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Engineer Samuel Chikomeko. I'm a senior biogas engineer in National Water and Sewerage Corporation. And I will be glad to share with you our experience in converting wastewater to power. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rhoda Nyaribi, and I work as a senior environment officer at Mbale City. And I'm very passionate about, having our cities cleaned up by turning waste into a resource. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Paula Kutsia with Stanbic. I've been in power and infrastructure for about 15 years, primarily on the financing side. So I'm very excited and honored to be invited to participate in the discussion here today to speak of successes, challenges, and exactly the statement that Tom has made earlier, where private sector financing finds it a challenge, but we would like to support, and we're here to work together and share some ideas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, moderator, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grace Okirol. I'm a lecturer in the Department of Biosystems Engineering at the Faculty of Agriculture and Environment of Gulu University. The Department of Biosystems Engineering is spearheading research in different aspects of energy, and in this particular case, waste to energy applications. I'll be more than happy to share with you our experiences in the different aspects. Thank you.
So that it opens the conversation, and then we go to the financing aspect from Stanbic. Over to you.
Thank you, Tom. My colleague Lazarus spoke at length about what Nama Biogas has done in the past 4.5 years. But I'll pick on really, I think, what we call our baby to seeing realization of waste to electricity. That is the feasibility studies. We've carried out 2 feasibility studies, one for KCCA, where we were trying to find out whether we can actually produce electricity from the municipal solid waste that is disposed of at Chitezi landfill. This feasibility study basically indicated to us that the waste to electricity facility that we think could be possible to install at KCCA is viable, both economically and financially. And we could be able to install conservatively a 4.4 megawatt plant, which would allow us, of course, to generate electricity and feed it into the grid. The payback period for such a system would be about 8 years. And it also indicates to us that we would have additional benefits beyond just the electricity. You would also have fertilizer, which can actually be used in urban agriculture, given the fact that we are looking at a country that is having increasing population and urbanization at a significant rate. We also carried out a feasibility study for National Water Biogas Plant at Nachivubo, and my colleague will speak at length about the success story there. But what was interesting for us was to see whether we can enhance the biogas production from this plant, because currently National Water is using sewage sludge to produce biogas and then generate electricity, which electricity is being used to supplement some of their energy needs within the plant. And we thought, what about we consider co-digesting this sewage sludge with other organic waste streams, like maybe solid waste from within Kampala, so that we enhance the biogas production and increase electricity. What we found out is that this is viable. However, we also identified with National Water's guidance that the aspects of mandate, mixing organic solid fraction of waste with sewage sludge would mean you need now to engage, of course, with KCCA, but the mandate on managing solid waste is under KCCA, and then National Water has the mandate for sewage sludge management. Now, that wouldn't be so much of an issue, but you have to look at preparation of this solid waste, and then the aspects of transportation and the like. So we agreed that let us first see how sewage sludge utilization for electricity production is going, and then as we look forward to the aspects of co-digestion in the future. And again, as I said, my colleague will speak at length on that. Now, from those feasibility studies, we found out a number of things, but I will summarize this in 3 key areas. Number 1, we need to sort the waste. The waste we have in Uganda is commingled. Yes, we are boasting of 70% organic content in our waste, but it is still commingled, which means that you'd need to spend quite an amount of money on the preparation of the waste before you can use it for production of biogas. So what we see with the feasibility studies, they highlight things like we could probably use municipal solid waste that is coming from the markets. And in Kampala alone, we have a minimum of about 10 central markets that we considered in these studies. So that would be the most easily accessible waste that is relatively sorted. And if we are to get more waste, that would mean that you and I have to participate in the sorting of waste from our households, and that also speaks to aspects of receptacles. We may have to have more containers and the like. So the issue of sorting of waste will not just stop at the policy aspects, that is the ordinances that guide that, but it also extends to the aspect of sensitization, continuous sensitization. And this has to be done at every level. We have to think about the 33 or 38% stakeholders who are in the illegal settlements. How do we deal with that? Will they be interested in sorting waste? We have to think about the women, the 1,200 women who are involved in sorting of waste in Chitezi. Will they lose their jobs? So that dynamic comes into play. The second aspect that we found out from these studies that is very critical for us to appreciate is that there are a number of stakeholders when you look at producing energy from waste. You have KCCA, who is mandated to handle the waste. You have the transporters, who are the private sector helping to transport the waste. You have those who are sorting the waste. You have some who are recovering the waste. And then you have the donors or the private sector that would want to come in and put resources into waste to energy. That means that there has to be a stakeholder, a multi-stakeholder approach to managing and coordinating the various stakeholders so that we clearly know who is doing what, at what level, and what can they benefit at their level. So it becomes important to look at an investment plan so that at the entire value chain, everyone knows what they're doing, what their benefits, what benefits they can accrue, and the like. Finally, the other thing we found out that is that financing of a waste-to-energy facility has not really been done extensively. Yes, we have an example from National Water, but again, he will speak to you about how they got there. We need the private sector to come in, but what does that mean? We have to be clear on the modus of engagement. Do we have public-private partnerships? and what are the encumbrances of such partnerships. Time frames and all will be spoken about when you talk about PPPs, as has probably already been hinted by Joel in his KCCA presentation. Beyond that, the financing aspect has been common for renewable energies, but renewable energies like hydropower. But we've not seen very many examples when it comes to waste to energy. Partly because investors are saying, okay, yes, it's waste to energy, but what are the other benefits? So it becomes important to show the benefits associated with such investments that are beyond just the energy. So we are not just looking at the fertilizer. We are looking at the benefits on sanitation management. We are looking at the benefits on greenhouse reduction. We are looking at the benefits of aesthetics and the happiness related to being in a good environment. So I think being able to contextualize this in monetary terms and be able to draw and convince the stakeholders, particularly the financiers, to come and join the discussion on waste to energy will be very pertinent in seeing the success story for biogas to electricity plants. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Dr. Miria, for that well summarized discussion. I think your discussion around energy financing brings in the need to listen to Stanbic to learn from their experiences. What have been your experiences in supporting or financing renewable energy projects? And before you close that, we would want to know what are the reasons, out of the many renewable energy projects, which ones have been waste associated, if any, and if not, what have been your major considerations in deciding which renewable projects to support and which are not to support, including why not invest massively in capturing the benefit of renewable, of waste, especially in developing countries where 70% is organic and potentially energy generating, especially when we see that from Miria's presentation, a project like the one proposed by NAMA would generate 4.4 megawatts of power, and even has the shortest, one of the shortest payback period, just 8 years, is shorter than most of the loans that you administer. Why are we not investing in this kind of project? Miria wants to add on.
I forgot to mention the cost there. Yes, the payback period is 8 years, but the cost of the project would be $15 million US.
All right. Yeah, so over to you, Paula.
Thank you, moderator. I think Dr. Maria has started with one of the points which would arise in our discussions internally and with yourselves. So I think, as we say, bankers are quite simple people, very simple folk. We ask ourselves a few questions and then we interrogate. We're not scientists. We're humbled by the research and the brains in this room. But what you alluded to is, you spoke of profit, I think, and you probably touched on risk. So if I just ask a few questions and then we explore what the responses might be for these kinds of projects. The one question I think I would start with is, who would develop the project? You know, reliable construction company partnered with, in due course, a reliable operating entity, or a group or an entity already in existence who would provide these two services. We look for certain quality, I think, as KCCA does for roads and any infrastructure, and national water also. So reputable companies, appropriate track record for the services for which we would be funding ourselves and any other funders. Let's assume they tick the boxes. We're very happy. We use, well-experienced Ugandan companies. We then look at the, I suppose, appropriateness of the technology with the kind of fuel source or fuel stock. Now here, I think we were talking about probably organic as one as one fuel source combined. For example, if we go into biomass, which is a similar kind of fuel source, but very different to the discussion we're having today, of course. But if we go into biomass, for example, it's very important which specific feedstock one is dealing with to drive the technology to be procured. And sometimes even the operators, to have them really better understand the generation from that specific feedstock. If we shift that to the waste discussion we're having today, one of the very pertinent questions is, how big do you want to build for the very, very, very reliable delivery on a specific site of that fuel source? Now we come to, if we can construct something right next to Chiweza, you know,
Chitez.
Sorry, I was practicing mentally. Indeed, if we can do that, it is very, very helpful towards establishing that the equipment, the hardware that is required to convert into energy and gas to turn turbines is indeed able to be located in one location with the fuel stock actually being delivered. Then we would look into, okay, there's a certain amount already at location. Now what if? What if actually people in Kampala start recycling or using some of this organic that we are actually relying on for minimum 8 years, up to 20? So now what if people's behavior changes even for the better? You know, have we built the right size? Definitely the technology works. Definitely we have the fuel source. And if we match those two, how big should this be for the amount that we know with certainty all of us here can say will be arriving every day at this, at the input point. Now from that we then say, have we built the right, and to that point even, you know, trucks that are, you know, that are causing some road damage or slowing down in the jam, each of these is contributing to potential risk of having enough fuel every day that we expect it, that this plant will need to run, however big it is. We will have, what we like to say, we will have sized it appropriately. But we'll speak to the esteemed experts such as are present here today in order to establish the right balance. The next question then would be, now who is buying this power? Because maybe the size is perfect for the fuel source, but the needs are fewer, or the needs are more, which is good. Then there's more demand than supply. That's a very positive, that's positive for my profit margin, of which you spoke also, moderator. So what we then look at is to say, now who is buying the power? And in fact, it's a very relevant discussion in Uganda right now. Because at the moment, the regulations prohibit sale of actual electricity to anybody except for UETCL. They are the single buyer in country. Now, there is a threshold of size and amount of electricity to be generated. We're working at the moment on some projects that come below, which is 1 megawatt. So if it's 999 kilowatts, we have a solution already in place. The other is to say, so is UETCL to procure this power? And in fact, with so many KCCA people and other potential users of electricity in the room, except if we can get some exceptions for now, we're very, very aware that the regulator era is currently looking at motivating to change that, to open it up so that we can, each of us who can come together and generate electricity can also then be selling to others. So that's definitely underway, and I think a lot of progress being made on that front. And I think imminently we will receive an invitation to comment from public perspective even on that. But for today, the answer is it's UETCL or it must be quite small. When I say that, it should be below a certain threshold. The other challenge we have is if we're building our plant right next to this Chiteze, now where are the people who need the electricity? So if we say, for example, it can be even KCCA as one entity, they have many needs across Kampala and expanded metropolitan, or it's one big factory built by one of the fine citizens present in this room. We have a big manufacturing facility. They can use all the electricity. Now, how do we get the electricity to their location? And if we are next to Chiteze, because that's where the fuel is, even if it's KCCA, can we connect in to KCCA into Umeme as a distribution network, for example? Or must we first put the electricity into UETCL as if it's like a road network, and then from the ring roads and from Northern Bypass, ETC, we can then go into the suburbs through the distribution network, where roads go from URA to KCCA, for example. So these are all the questions we're asking ourselves. Now, if I think Dr. Maria has built her manufacturing facility, and she says, no problem, I can use it all. In due course, we can do 4.4 as a customer. For now, maybe it's below 1. We say, okay, Dr. Maria, we will get this to you. We've now discussed with Umeme or UETCL, but now we actually need to have an agreement. The networks are, across the world, are not open access because they're like toll roads. Those who have built wish to receive payment, therefore. So now we have to, which has not yet been implemented in Uganda either. And again, this is not uncommon. In fact, it's not really done anywhere in the on the continent except maybe for Zambia in a specific, under a specific regulation, to have this open access to the grids, to be able to buy and sell electricity to each other. So it's called wheeling. What it really means is tolling, which is being able to use somebody else's infrastructure, like the cell phone companies do, where they kind of use each other's infrastructure and there's payment going back and forth. So if we think about it that way, we say, okay, now we, and our understanding also from the regulator era is that those regulations will also be developed and are currently being, great minds are applying themselves to that. We don't have many good examples to learn from in Africa, but very good examples from other parts of the world to see how they risk allocation and how fair tariffs were established and what that did for opening up sale and purchase of electricity. And from that, that would happen in due course for sure. I think it's a given. It's really a matter of timing. Then if we assume all of these are, maybe it's 1 year hence, 2 years hence from today, if we assume all of this is in place and we've managed to have very good and fair commercial negotiations, at some point my credit committee says to me, now we've gone through this step, that step. Now who is Dr. Maria and how is this factory to repay you? And whoever has put some equity probably in as an investor, that investor grouping. And then we start to say, we look at either the company or the entity who is putting their hand up to say, I will buy your power. Now, in fact, the 8-year payback period is very exciting. And as you say, some of these agreements would extend 15, 20 years even. And indeed, UETCL's power sale agreements, power purchase agreements extend for just that period. Now you start to say, now we need to get comfortable with the business that it could be KCCA. What will KCCA look like in 5 years' time? How will their budget allocations proceed? You know, what is their construct of being able to pay an electricity bill every month? If it's the factory, we say, you know, how is this factory going to, you know, continue to service its market? If it's producing these bottles of water, do we then look all the way into that business? State-owned entities are, I think, easier in a way to understand, and then also sometimes more scary to consider for 10, 15, 20 year, because one is then saying, you know, we're taking a risk on regulatory changes. Having said that, regulatory changes even impact private sector. So really, it's something people might apply their minds to. So I think that would be the final question. that the lenders and investors would ask themselves is to say, at each step of this, we have the waste, and we're certain we have this, and we then take what we know and what we have, and we build up from that for every step of being able to put money in and then receive some profits, as you say, over time. And it's definitely not a lender perspective. It's what we call developer, the company that will come, or the entity team that will come and put this all together. It sounds to me like there are many developers in this room who have already come together. There will be probably some equity, so some shares in the business, and everybody will be asking themselves these questions at every step of the way. And when each of those boxes can be ticked to the satisfaction of the funders and even the counterparties, I can imagine Dr. Miria Factory 101 is not going to want to sign a contract for long term with someone who hasn't got a good track record here in Uganda, who has a track record of not delivering under their contracts. So we're all going to be due diligencing each other and checking all along the way. And then when those boxes are ticked, everybody who has money wants to make more. So I think that's where, and indeed it's a great opportunity when the counterparties are strong at each point. Anyone who is expected to deliver a service or a good, like the inputs, are strong and reliable. It's a fantastic way to de-risk having to rely on a national utility which has the whole country as priority. For your service provider, you are their only priority. It's also, if you can get the location close to the fuel location, it's a way to avoid some of the impact of floods, trees falling over, great winds, where the networks then are suffering, and some of the substations are suffering. So the users are there, and the users are many, and definitely the regulations will open up as I say, the regulator and Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development is currently working on that. So for us, that's really just a matter of time. Then we find the right partners. And I think any questions, certainly I'll be able to take them, but hopefully I've spoken to a very firm opportunity. And then maybe just to add, as Dr. Maria did mention, $50 million, one would look at the finances and be comfortable that that's what the customer will be paying, payback, plus some small profit along the way for those involved. And then I suppose it's to come to the potential investors and lenders who together probably could get together, in this case, the 50 million. But it's definitely, maybe just to make one more point as I close, it's absolutely critical to the sustainability agenda and passion in Uganda, and indeed globally. It's an obvious source that exists today, and it's only for ours to take and use wisely, and it's not going to go anywhere else. So if we can utilize it and convert to electricity, we continue to have a green, 96% plus green electricity supply in the country. I'll close with that.
Thank you very much, Paula. I think listening to the list of precautionary measures that banks take before they invest in a certain venture, I now understand why Miria couldn't find a private sector investor in the Nama Biogas. But here with us, we have National Water and Storage Corporation, which has managed to overcome those hurdles and invested in waste to energy. We would want to hear from him, from Johnson, how you have overcome those hurdles and managed to generate electricity from waste. Then we shall listen to the research evidence on where that has been done elsewhere. Over to you, Johnson.
Okay, thank you. In National Water, we successfully commissioned our biogas unit, that's wastewater to biogas, about 4 months ago. And this plant has an installed capacity of 630 kilowatts. Currently, we are generating 315 kilowatts. So the question would be why? Why is the installed capacity higher and yet you're generating low? This power, we use it internally to run our new achievable wastewater treatment plant. So this contributes around 80% of our power, then the 20% is synchronized with umeme. When you say, why are we producing this and not the installed capacity? Now this is where I introduce in our experience as National Water in managing this facility. One, what we use is wastewater, and how it reaches us here is when someone goes and does any activity in the toilet and you flush, this wastewater will reach us through sewer lines, pipelines that carry sewage are called sewer lines. Now in these sewer lines we have inspection chambers. Now in this inspection chambers, that's where the challenges start from. With these inspection chambers we have covers. Now I think this is an attitude issue maybe in the community. These covers are often stolen. So when they steal them, now like a period we've been in of rainy water, rain days, so when it rains, surface runoff, our sewer lines also, in a way we start assisting cases, they become drainage channels. So instead of bringing the fecal sludge which we are interested in, now they carry storm water. Storm water comes with a lot of soil. Of course, in the water treatment plants, we have systems that remove soil, but this time they get overwhelmed. So somehow we have sludge mixed with soil. Now, for those who understand biogas production, it is basically a biological treatment process, and these biological treatment activities rely on organic matter. We are interested in organics. That fecal you pass out in the toilet is what we are interested in, to convert it to energy. Now, when it comes with a lot of sand, the sludge we send into the digester has sand. Now, this sand, in simple terms, we call it fixed solids. So they will not help us in any way to generate electricity. So that's where one of the challenges starts from. And then my colleague also again talked about solid waste. You know, waste is waste, and it is a bit inseparable. That's why KCC and National Water, we always have to engage each other, because now when the system gets overwhelmed about solid waste, now and the covers have been stolen, now our community starts seeing these chambers as solid dumping waste. So our chambers now people dumping solids. So eventually we have blockages. I think quite a number of us here have witnessed overflows in the town. So those overflows normally start with poor solid waste management within our communities. So now it depends on how you see it. When you have overflows in the town, a health worker will see it as a what? Health hazard. Now me, a biogas person, I will see it as a resource not reaching me to convert energy. So that is another aspect we are having, and it all starts with how we need to work with, because our mandate as National Water is not to manage solid waste. So still we have to sit with KCC to manage. These are two issues that are mandated by KCC, that is the drainage and solid waste. So working together is inevitable. Then the other aspect is this plant of Golobi that generates power. It has an installed capacity of 45 million liters per day. That's the waste we are supposed to treat. However, currently we are receiving only 20 million liters. That means we are underutilizing this. And what does this mean in terms of power is we can only generate half the installed capacity. So as National Water, we are doing network intensification, installing our sewer lines to reach you. So when we approach you, support renewable energy and get connected, so that we receive that raw material as well, and we convert it to power. With biogas, at the moment we are dealing with off-site sanitation. Of course, in sanitation there are many options. There are those latrines, those are on-site, you do it on your site, but off-site is where you flush and everything leaves. We are at the moment not considering on-site, because some of the on-site sanitation facilities have also become solid dumping places. When you have nowhere to dump, the easiest option is normally a pit latrine. And sometimes you pour things that normally lower the pH. So the environment becomes acidic. Like I said before, Biogas production is biological reaction. So when you lower the pH, you kill the bacteria and you will not have any gas production. That's why so far we are considering off-site flash systems, as we are still investigating the on-site facilities. There was an aspect of how do we support a person who wants to invest in a similar facility of biogas system. Now, looking at all those challenges I've talked about, when we talk about biogas, there is always something we normally don't talk about, and that's the aspect of safety. You know, when you talk about biogas, biogas is a fuel. And I think this has also been neglected at household level. Many biogas systems are being set out, but the safety aspect is not really coming out. And as environmental and energy experts, we should really look at that. We should see biogas as a fuel. And during anaerobic digestion, this fuel, when you're producing biogas in simple terms is methane. Now in methane also you generate other gases like hydrogen sulfide, carbon dioxide, because it is biological reactions. Now all these gases are toxic and are all deadly. And we, in our discussions, we normally not bring it out very clearly. I think it's high time we also look at that safety aspect. So any person I would really, who wants to go into this caliber of operations, safety first. Then you should also look at the availability, sustainability, and reliability of the supply stock for the bacteria. You know, these bacteria are like life. Like us, we have programmed ourselves. You take breakfast, lunch, and supper. So these bacteria, that's how they should be fed. So if you don't have the raw materials to do that kind of feeding, then it is better you don't think about biogas, because eventually your system will die. So the raw materials and how you sort them out, especially the organic matter, should come out clearly in any system. Even solid waste, if we are talking about landfill, my colleague brought it very well. They have still challenges of sorting, because biogas is entirely organic. Then the last part I think I would talk about is we need to continuously collaborate, like I've brought it very clearly that we and KCC need to work together to ensure that the biogas system there is sustainable. Even we are engaging police. So you see we are talking about renewable energy, but still we need police. Because if people keep still covers, then the system will eventually collapse. So it is everyone's responsibility for such systems to be sustainable. Then also when we talk about biogas, all the renewable energies, we also talk about climatic change. You know, methane is a fuel. If you don't capture it to convert it into a manageable gas like carbon dioxide, because in Bugolobi what we do is we get this biogas, which is methane, which is a fuel, and we have methane generators. So it's like these normal generators. You put petrol, it gives you electricity. So for us, we have generators. You give it methane, it gives you power. That's how we do it. And then it converts this methane into carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide is a bit manageable. That's why National Water is also undertaking a number of initiatives like tree planting, because these trees can take up the carbon dioxide, but they cannot take up the methane. And if you don't take up the methane, you will feel the global warming. So it is a two aspect. It's environmentally attached, and also you can be able to what? To generate power. So the purpose of investment in National Water was two-sided, but the main focus was on environmental protection. I also want to conclude by inviting you to come and look at this art. Just Bugolobi is in the center of the town. Just step by and look around. Yeah, thank you.
So, Johnson, one small last question before we thank you for the brief is on the issue of financing. How was the whole of this project financed? Because from the banker's perspective, the conditions she sets appear to be very difficult for Ugandan investment environment. So how did you overcome those hurdles?
So the investment, like I said, there was some part of it that was contributed on the environmental protection initiative. Then there was partly of National Water. Now National Water would look at two parts, the cost-benefit analysis and the environmental protection. The National Water, when I say National Water, I mean government of Uganda. So government of Uganda and was it KFW, but mainly it was more of climatic change management. Because the power, if you're to consider the power, the infrastructure is normally involved in biogas systems, it is extremely high compared to, and the power you're able to generate. Now, like I said, when you go and look at our, could you be knowing the estimate of, is it 15 million? Okay, we are in the range of 13 million euros, but we are able to generate that 630 kilowatts. So you get. And a similar hydropower plant would generate like 5 megawatts. And also managing biosystems, like I said, a biosystem is life. The bacteria, those bacteria are life. So when you look at the biogas system, just look at your stomach, because your stomach is exactly the biogas system. Whatever conditions are in your stomach, you know when you don't eat in time, what happens? So what happens is what happens to the digester. So when you eat and go to the toilet, whatever you pass out is 65% methane, and that's what the digester gives us. So when you look at the digester, simply look at your stomach, and if you are to run any digester, always compare with your stomach. Then you will be successful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Johnson. Hello. Yes, we have listened to the science, we have listened to the financing, and we have got evidence that actually the science works. Let us listen to the research on how waste management, waste to energy interventions have been developed and implemented in the rest of the world. And then we shall conclude with the experiences, again, from Mbale on how we are planning or we are implementing sustainable waste management approaches. So over to you, Professor.
Thank you, moderator. Now, a lot of research has gone into this field, but I'm going to focus on a few relevant aspects that we have done at Gulu University. Now, when you look at our session is about waste to use, and I liked that, I'd overlooked that part. It's actually waste to use. So I'm going to give you one example of waste to use, and then 2 examples of waste to energy applications. Now, Gulu University was located in northern Uganda for a reason, to launch the development of a disadvantaged community for a long time. And our motto at Gulu University is for community transformation. So everything we do in different aspects of research is geared toward community transformation. And our method for engineering practice has always been what is now called Change Labs methodology, which was before that was called applied research. But what it essentially means is that you do research with intervention. You do as you work. Now, the first application we wanted to showcase here is what we did in conjunction with the University of California, Davis. About 6 years ago, we received a request from a professor there introducing one of his graduate students to come and visit us. And she was interested in researching plastic wastes from a chemical engineering point of view. Now she came and joined our Department of Biosystems Engineering. She stayed with us for 6 months and did her applied research in the community. Today she has an NGO, which is a quasi-business. A long story short, at Gulu, it's called Takataka Plastics. And you can reach them via takatakaplastics.com, and you can see what they are doing over there. The short version of the story is that they are using PET, recycling PET bottles, and molding them into useful products like tiles, walling tiles, seats, and things like this, and it's doing very well. And all that work is supported by from the engineering end from Gulu University. All the engineers were our former students, and even their trainees are our current students at the moment. So that is in a waste to use in a general aspect, and it's working very well, and it's expanding. They're getting donations from all over the world to expand their applications. And of course, as you rightly said, we are learning from Kampala, for example. Gulu City is a new city, and it has the same municipal challenges as Kampala's had, and the biggest one is disposing this. PET is a very difficult product to dispose of, but we feel that we are making a breakthrough in that direction. Now, when you go to the area of waste to energy applications, this is what we have been doing for also a very long time. And we started with biogas. We had a pilot scale biogas plant at our own campus, but of course, like our engineer in National Water said, you have to keep it alive. It was a system that we couldn't feed continuously, so it died. But we had learned a few lessons, and then we worked with the development partners, Caritas, in Gulu Archdiocese. There was a restocking program by government and Operation Wealth Creation in northern Uganda to provide cattle. So Caritas, with other development partners, got funding to construct biogas plants. And so they assigned us as a research entity to do technical quality control to make sure that the biogas plants really work and to provide all the training that they needed. So we conducted that starting the lockdown, 2020. So we used that time to construct biogas plants among the farmers, cattle farmers of Gulu and Kitgum districts. Now we have constructed more than 200 biogas plants. And when we construct a biogas plant, we supplied with some basic technologies, for example, burners and other uses that they could adopt to promote the application of biogas. But what we didn't anticipate was the challenges we faced. So there were efficiency issues that came up. The burners that were used for cooking, they were not very efficient. So there was a complaint, there was reluctance by end users to continue using the biogas plants. So we looked into it, and so we did a bit of research, and we developed more efficient biogas burners. And so efficient that they are so happy now, the farmers now have more biogas than they need. So leading us into another problem. So what are we going to do with excess biogas? And so we are looking right now into the research of storage and even selling of biogas to neighbors in cylinders. So we have been experimenting in using tire tubes, for example, compress them, and small compression cylinders up to 16 psi. We've done that. And we're trying to develop into application of biogas in different areas. So that is what is currently going on that front. And it's still another aspect which came up is the scrubbing of biogas, purifying it. If you're going to store it, you have to remove the oxygen, the carbon dioxide, and the hydrogen sulfide. And we have our undergraduate students are working on simple and cheap scrubbers so that they can use that for compressing the biogas. And it's also a very successful project, and it's promoted the use of biogas in northern Uganda. A lot of people in the community now are familiar with it, and this is also geared at helping them to save the environment, because many of these people in the village are using firewood, and which is getting rapidly depleted. The third application, which is a second waste to energy use, is the use of briquettes for cooking. We have done that. It started small, as a matter of fact, more than 6 years ago. We tried to pilot it using our undergraduate research. But it was a challenge because the technology, for example, extrusion technology for compacting the briquettes was very expensive. So we got a small grant, about 13 million shillings from one of our projects, to develop a local fabricated system for briquetting value chain, making high quality briquettes. We got about 30 million shillings, and we did a bit of research, but we made a complete system at 15 million shillings. As we talk now, private sector players have approached the university for us to sell them the package, because we have a package of 4 items where you have a carbonizer, you have a crushing system, you have a mixing system, and then you have an extrusion system. 4 items, which are very expensive. One of them, the extrusion system, would cost about 25 million shillings online. But we have the whole chain now, which can be produced at 15 million shillings. Now we got support from Danida to upscale the whole system in the whole of northern Uganda. And it's a huge project for 5 years, which started in May this year. And it has 7 work packages to approach what we call here inclusive growth and economic recovery. It's handling all aspects of application of briquettes in different areas in the society, including gender issues, including business issues, in technological issues, and then applications in the refugee camps, which is one of the sessions here. And so, and it has to train 12 MScs and 6 PhDs, and of all those people, already 6 PhDs have been recruited, the students, and 11 MScs have been recruited. We are left with recruiting 1. And so it's going to transform the application of briquettes in the whole of northern Uganda, and that is our vision right now. Thank you. I forgot to say that, but please do come. Do come anytime to Gulu. You will see how we're using these waste, agricultural wastes. For example, rice husks, groundnut shells, and maize cobs. And it's working very well.
Excellent.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Now, we have been informed that lunch is ready, but before we go for lunch, we are going to listen to Rhoda from Mbale municipality. But also, please, if you have some questions, prepare them. We shall pick a few critical questions to enrich the discussion, then we break off for lunch. Our ambition should be to have another 20 minutes max, inclusive of the questions. So if Rhoda can take some 5 to 10 minutes, that will be very helpful. Then we have general questions and then break off for lunch. Over to you, Rhoda.
Thank you very much, moderator. I'll straight away go to, the issues that have triggered us as a city of Mbale to look into issues of integrated solid waste management, and also specifically focusing also on the waste to energy. Now, I come from Mbale city, which is a rapidly growing city, and right now we have a night population that is tending towards 400,000 people, and of course the day population is almost double. Also tending towards 800,000, moving towards 1 million. And now with all this population coming into the city, this comes also with issues of big volumes of waste being generated on a daily basis. So as a city of Mbale, today currently, we are standing at about a generation of 250 tons of waste generated on a daily. And when you have this kind of waste, like you've had cases here presenting, and also the experiences you see from other towns and cities or urban areas, there's a lot of indiscriminate dumping of this waste. And of course, this leads to poor sanitation issues. You have disease outbreaks like cholera. You have drainage channels clogging, all these challenges that come with issues of poor waste management. So as a city, we looked at these volumes of waste that we have, and said, really, should we continue looking at waste as a burden? I think we can try to do something about this waste and therefore make it a resource. So, and through this, we said we need to adopt what we call integrated solid waste management. So what we have been doing as the city of Mbale, we have a project, a composting project, which was supported. We are doing it in partnership with NEMA. It was funded by the World Bank, where we put up a composting plant, and here we target, of course, mostly the organic fraction of the waste, which we put into windrows, and then make compost manure, which we sell to farmers and also use in some of our gardens in the city. Of course, the composting has its own challenges that we keep battling with here and there, but it is something that we have adopted and we are implementing as a city. Secondly, also, the way we manage some of the waste is just dumped, at our site. We have a section where we dump, and of course we have waste pickers coming in and collecting some materials for recycling and some for reusing. And then we also excavate some pits where we just, dump. So we do not have a landfill in Mbale per se, but we are looking forward to having something like that. Now, also as a city, we have looked into options of waste to energy, where we have gotten a partner that we are working with. This partner is from Sweden. It's a company called Batabe AB. They are waste to energy experts. And what we have done as a city, we first of all signed a memorandum of understanding with them, and then also had an opportunity to travel to the Netherlands. They sponsored us, the political team and some technical officers, to the Netherlands to go and see this technology of waste to energy. And we really went and saw that this technology is available and it works, and all you need is the waste, which waste we have in abundance as a city. So the trigger was the big volumes of the waste, and then two, the technology is available, we have seen it, but then also what has helped us further by working with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development under the NAMA project, like it was presented, we have been assisted as a city to undertake the waste flow and characterization studies, which have given us information about, the viability of this kind of project, because we now know that we have the waste and, the different characters of the waste, and it's therefore available as feedstock into this plant if we put it in place. And then, of course, the other trigger has also been, as a city, we have no choice, but we need to keep our city clean. So we said if we can clean up our city by collecting all the different wastes and then putting it into this waste to energy plant, we shall achieve many things. We shall generate the power, the biogas, the thermal energy, but then also have our cities be cleaned up. So those are some of the issues that have triggered us as a city to be able to look into issues of waste to energy. But then it is not all rosy to say that, everything is moving smoothly. We also, of course, experience challenges. Some of them have been presented here, like, the way our waste is collected at source. It is, unsorted. It is indiscriminately dumped. So we have a lot to do as cities to ensure that we sensitize the public, to make them appreciate the need for sorting waste, but also for collecting it in the right places so that it can be collected for better management or treatment. Therefore, we have a lot to do in terms of attitude change, that is creating awareness and sensitization. Then also we have challenges as cities in regards to issues of equipment, whereby we have limited equipment. So we need support, and that's the reason we are working with a partner to assist us to acquire some equipment. But then also when you acquire the equipment, there are issues of operation and maintenance. So these need to be looked into. And then also the issue of inadequate technical knowledge. These waste-to-energy technologies are new technologies. We are not experts in them. That's why we need to partner with persons that have the technical knowledge to support us, to train us, so that we are able to operate these plants. Then the other challenge we have experienced in regards with, especially working with this partner who is supposed to help us establish the plant, it has been the issue of, I'll call it the ease of doing business. There's a lot of requirements and a lot of bureaucracies in this country. You have to get several approvals from different, entities, Ministry of Finance, you have to go to NEMA, you have to go to ERA, you have to, for instance, like she was mentioning, if you generated the power, you cannot distribute it directly to the consumers. It has to be taken to the national grid. And for you to do that, you have to open a company, a special purpose vehicle. So it's a lot of stuff. And these kind of requirements really make these partners sort of, demotivated to work with us. So those have been some of the challenges we have experienced. A lot of clearances, you deliver documents for clearance, Solicitor General, it takes months, and our partners get demotivated. However, we are pushing to ensure that we can achieve our dream of having an integrated solid waste management system with waste to energy really as an option for us, because we have seen it as very viable. Thank you very much, Moderator.
Sorry. I forgot the technology. I think we have learned a lot from our discussants. A lot of information has been shared, but also I think it has stimulated our thinking around waste and waste challenges and solutions. So I will invite a few questions from the audience. We are going to take strictly 10 minutes to answer these questions, and therefore I will limit the number, and then we break off for lunch. I will start with the lady. Do we have a microphone moving around? Yeah. No, the lady there.
Good afternoon. I had a question for the panelists concerning biogas. Over what period of time do you need your biogas to be left in the digester to produce the maximum amount of biogas that you would require? And how are you managing the quality of biogas in that it's not toxic or dangerous to the consumers? And how are you managing its quality to produce, to give you a maximum burning or calorific effect?
Yeah, that question I think will be answered by Professor, who has really demonstrated good results in biogas production. There was another question the other side. Yeah, I will, okay. Yeah, middle there. I don't know their names, so.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank the panelists and for the interesting submissions, but specifically mine is going to the gentleman from Gulu University. Mine is about briquettes. Now, so for carbonized briquettes, and of course I beg to be corrected. Oh, I'm Charles Sakamanya, by the way. I'm a participant in the clean cooking subsector. For non-carbonized briquettes, in most cases you need to have, you're forced to use sometimes charcoal dust to have a fine product for quality, right? And this again, of course, trickles down to you being forced again to use, which is of course the product of a product that is produced from, cutting trees, right? Now, secondly, you would find that when we talk about the base elements, the raw material, which is of course biomass, right? You'd find that this is, again, if not crop rejects, maybe it is crop residues, right? Which is also in a way not sustainable. So over the years, we have been challenged with a question of, can we have a sustainable source of raw material to make briquettes? And of course, this is cross-cutting for both carbonized and non-carbonized briquettes. So again, over to you. I would like to understand if you're driving maybe ideas or innovation in that area. If you know that at a certain time you're going to have a sustainable source of raw material for briquettes.
Okay, I think we try to keep the questions short.
Yeah, thank you so much.
The two questions have gone to the professor. There's that gentleman that side. I'm trying to balance the room. Then I will come back this side.
Good afternoon. My name is Clemens Griesauer from Horizon 3000. Thank you to the panelists. It was a very interesting discussion. I have two questions. The first one regarding financing. I heard about a lot of projects that are dealing with organic waste where you use methane to produce energy, and that at the same time capturing that methane reduces emissions. Does any of these projects consider financing through the carbon market? Like this could be a long-term secure additional income that could at least partly subsidize those projects. And the second question is regarding behavioral change. I would be just interested to hear if there are any practical examples in Uganda where projects that are promoting source separation of waste have been successful. Thank you.
Yeah, great. I will invite two more questions, then we ask the panelists to answer. This gentleman in front here.
All protocol observed, good afternoon. Thank you so much, panelists. Our theme here is to use renewable energy, and as we have found out that renewable energy is not as clean as we thought, because the gentleman was saying you compare it to your stomach, it's producing methane, and of which if you burn the methane, you're producing carbon dioxide. So I was interested in the figures. How do the figures compare with fossil fuels? If we start producing this in large scale, how do they compare with fossil fuels, for example? Then also ethanol, production of ethanol. Ethanol also, I was doing some research. I found out that 1 gallon of ethanol produces about 8 kilograms of carbon dioxide. So really, renewable energy, is it really helping, or we are going to make the problem worse, or maybe even not solve it at all? Then I also have a question to Madame Paula from Stanbic Bank. Your guidelines were quite strict, and it sounded like for us who are young, who have dreams of starting our own companies, we really stand no chance. Because you are looking at already made companies to do projects, you are just discouraging us now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I am going to pick one more question. I'm trying to balance the room. That gentleman in red shirt, then we close. We ask the panelists to answer, and then we break off for lunch.
Thank you so much. My name is Dennis Joloto. I'm a student at Chambago University. My question goes to Dr. Miriam. What's the impact of NAMA project on the people living around, and how much will the project cost? Other questions, taking them to Madame Rhoda. I happen to be coming from Mbale City, and personally, I'm a testimony of indiscriminatory waste dumping. The issue is you as a local government official, what have you done to curb the increasing waste disposal? Another question is, what is the impact of composite plant on the sanitation of people living around, and how much did it cost? I beg to submit.
Okay, thank you very much, the audience, for the insightful questions. Questioning time is closed. I'm going to request the panelists to respond, and I can see Dr. Miria is ready to start. So we shall start with Dr. Miria. I think your question was the impact of NAMA and the cost.
Yes, I think I'll answer that and the one on behavior change from the gentleman there. Now, the impact of NAMA biogas is a national impact. What we are looking at is producing biogas and using it to generate electricity, which is fed into the national grid. When it's fed into the national grid, it now goes to UETCL, UEDCL, and at the end of the day, the customer gets the electricity. Ideally, the tariff that is considered for the feasibility is about 11.5 USD cents. So that means you and I and anyone who uses electricity from the grid will be benefiting from the NAMA biogas project. On a local level, the people who will be involved in sorting of waste, who will be involved in transportation of waste, as you've heard from Joel of KCCA and from Mbale, we are having the private sector helping the governments or the local governments in transportation and collection of waste. So at a local level, all that value chain benefits, those sorting, those transporting. But at a more household level, again, we are dealing with the aspect of sanitation. So the impact that would have been associated with meeting the biogas that is, meeting the biogas that's generated from the dump sites. Yeah, the greenhouse effect that would be associated with biogas that is released into the atmosphere is dealt with. So the benefits or the impact of the project trickles down from national all the way to the local person and also goes to the level of international. The cost, as I mentioned, looking at a simple biogas to electricity facility for a 4.4 megawatt plant located at Chitezi landfill using just about 300 tons of waste from the markets within Kampala would cost us about $15 million US. That basically means you need support financing, but looking at all the benefits therein and the payback period that is held. To the gentleman on behavior change, you were asking if there are examples of projects on behavior change. We have a lot of them. KCCA has a multitude of behavioral change projects. Some of them are run by the youth, where people are sorting these plastic bottles and doing a lot of value addition per se. But this has trickled down to improving how waste is collected, even in the slums. They are actually looking at piloting sorting of waste, I think, in Kamocha very, very soon. And that will be looking at supporting the youth on sorting of waste, benefiting from waste at the end of the day. When you cut across to other cities, you have examples of eco-briquette, eco-bricks in Masaka that are using the plastics and waste to produce bricks, but using or working with disabled people. And at the end of the day, you're having engagement of various groups, disabled people, the young people, all working on the waste management value chain. And of course, it has transformed the attitudes. Again, in Masaka, you're having young people trying to pick the waste and use it for other purposes. So you're having youth using waste to actually grow plants in small buckets and the like, and selling to communities, promoting urban agriculture, but with using of waste. So there's a lot of behavior change. The challenge we have is documenting all this and exposing people to actually seeing what is happening. And this cuts across all over the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Miria. We shall go to the professor to talk about the quality of biogas and the duration, and then the briquettes.
Thank you, moderator, for the opportunity. We will address the issue of the biogas yield that the lady raised. The yield and the time depends on the raw materials that you're using. What we are using in the north right now, we are using cattle refuse, cow dung. So the yield starts around 7 days, but peaks within 14 days. And as long as you continue feeding, as the engineers told you, then you have your yield. But when you're using human waste, the dynamics are a little bit different, and depending on the composition. So, but you eventually get it. The big part is maintaining the biodigester, cleanliness, and making sure you don't kill the bacteria there by putting something poisonous in there. Thank you. Then to Charles, I caught one big question, and that was the question on raw material sources, sustainability. You mentioned about, the other one was a bit minor, of uncarbonized. Our technology carbonizes it, but of course we're also doing research on low-cost binders. You use a lot of different sources of starch to bind the carbonized dust. The raw materials are abundant. Every municipal has a challenge of dumping sawdust, for example, what to do with it, and groundnut shells, what to do with it. And there's a lot of agricultural residues that we have challenges. They are burning every year in different places, and this could be used in a better way by converting it into briquettes. Thank you.
Sorry. There is a question on how financing for waste technologies is linked to carbon markets. Is there anyone with an answer to that?
I think I could quite confidently say that on any project where even the non-experts have a thought that potentially the project, the technology and the impact could be a positive environmental or sustainability impact, there is a lot of research being done, and consultants are consulted, in fact, to hear whether these projects qualify. It's definitely a source of financing that is, it's for those of you who are a bit older like me, you would remember that the Kyoto Protocol expired in 2012, and since then there was a lot of inactivity, and a lot of what was then a very vibrant carbon credit market fell away. But these days it's come back with a strong force, and we're exploring it in every project where there might even be some positive impact, or even where there just won't be negative impact, to be honest. And I think that almost ties in with the gentleman in front here who's young, and I'm not here to discourage you, but almost just to add to my first response would be to say, we do need to consult and pay for carbon credit experts when we explore these options. So there's that factor as well, is every bit of expert advice and expertise requires some money. But maybe just to say, I'm not here to discourage. What I would say is, we're speaking of Dr. Miriam's $50 million and Engineer Johnson's 13 million euros. So I think if we, like I was saying, we need to size it correctly. So definitely we can start a conversation about if it's an individual with a good idea, I think there are a lot of programs and financing available to explore.
What I would say is there's a sort of well, it's a simple term we use, but it implies something more technical than what it really is. We call it debt capacity. And what it really is the ability of the party asking for money to actually have the capacity to carry that debt and to repay it. And that's that profit margin I'm looking for, as Moderator Tom mentioned earlier. So if anyone is earning anything, they can have a conversation, and we would look at their own capacity or the capacity of their project. Once it's ticked some of my boxes, maybe all of them, we could definitely have that. But please be encouraged, not discouraged.
Yeah, thank you for that message of encouragement. I will request, I think, Johnson to talk about the methane versus fossil fuels, the climate gains.
Okay, thank you, Moderator. One my colleague here said is renewable energy really helping. Renewable energy is such a broad thing. It's like you have solar, wind power, so it's such a broad thing. And with renewable energies, what we are saying is simple, especially now, like if it is shining, whether you have a solar up or not, it will hit you. So the best is you put a solar and it hits you while you're getting what? Electricity. Similarly to wastewater. You will generate wastewater, whether you want it or not. So the option is this wastewater will have to decompose, and it will give you methane either way. So the issue is, are you allowing this methane to go to atmosphere to hit you, or you rather simply simplify it into carbon dioxide? You have power and have carbon dioxide, which can easily be taken up by trees. So the issue, the initiative is everyone can plant a tree, but everyone cannot reduce methane. So the topic of fossil energy, fossil energy is in the ground. You have investment to pick it. So why would you go for an investment of picking something from down? And you're seeing as a country we have to deal with lenders to get money to exploit that. But you have the sun, it's free of charge. Yeah. So the discussion cannot always not be comparable. I don't know if I have answered you.
No, thank you very much. I think the gentleman is not complaining, so I assume I have answered him. I will ask Rhoda. There was a question from the gentleman from Mbale. Yeah, please, in a very brief phrase so that we can break for lunch.
Thank you very much, Moderator. And thank you, the gentleman from Mbale. You really asked a very valid question about the issue of indiscriminate dumping in Mbale. Yes, we've had that challenge quite a lot in Mbale. And of course, this challenge was coming up because as a city council, we did not have what is required, to collect this waste and manage it very well. In terms of equipment, in terms of personnel. That's why people did not have the service offered to them of collecting the waste. That's why as a city, especially after the benchmarking trip that we had, visiting KCCA and also Mbarara and seeing what they are doing, we decided now to adopt the issue of working with the private waste collectors so that these private waste collectors can do door-to-door collection to pick the waste from the people. People have been dumping a lot because they had no options of where to take the waste. But now with us engaging the private waste collectors, they are able to go and collect this waste from the people, of course at a fee. This is something that we are promoting and really working on with. And also to even beef up that, we as a city are in the final stages of having our solid waste management ordinance approved, which is going to help us really enforce on some of these issues. But it is also not just an enforcement issue. We also go ahead and we've been sensitizing our people to really help them appreciate that they don't need to indiscriminately dump their waste because it comes back to them. So we are having a number of interventions that we are putting in place to really try and stop the issue of indiscriminate dumping. Then there was another question about the impact of the composting plant. I would like to start from, of course, the positive point of view, the impact to the neighbors. when we put up this plant, of course, like I mentioned earlier, that most of our waste is delivered at the site and sorted. So we require people at the site to help us with the sorting. So what we did as a city, the first people we consider to employ at the site are the waste sorters, are the neighbors, the people from the neighborhood. So we've created employment for the neighbors, but then also when we are composting, actually our site is even much more cleaner. So the neighborhood benefits from having a much cleaner environment. Of course, there are also the negatives. When we are not operating fully and we're having challenges, like local governments do, issues of fuel, equipment breaking down and all that, and the whole place is not well handled, then you're going to have a nuisance and bad odor, unfortunately, to the neighboring communities. But we try so hard to make sure that we work and make the site more friendly. And then the cost of the project, like I said, we established the composting project in partnership with NEMA, funded by the World Bank. And by then, this was in 2008, actually, when we started this project, and it cost $300,000. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Special thank you to our panelists for the excellent discussion, and a special thank you to the audience for your active participation. We have come to a close of this very interesting discussion, and I would request all of us to give ourselves a hand clap. Yeah, a few housekeeping issues. We are all breaking off for lunch. We shall all find the coupons downstairs. So let's move downstairs. We shall get the coupons and then proceed for lunch. Thank you very much.
The Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, through the National Renewable Energy Platform, invites you to the Renewable Energy Conference and Expo 2022. The theme for this year is Renewable Energy for Sustainable Industrialization, Inclusive Growth and Economic Recovery. From the 3rd to the 5th of November 2022 at Munyonyo Commonwealth Resort. To participate, register today. The Renewable Energy Conference and Expo 2022 is proudly sponsored by Total Energies. The Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, through the National Renewable Energy Platform, invites
Komuntale, the Managing Director for eCoca, and Mr. Viteke Daniels, Director of Programs at Mercy Corps. And I would like to invite them to the front here so that we can get started, please. It's Miss, my apologies. All right, we've started a bit late, but we'll also try to keep with the program, because after that, then we have something else that has to continue. My name is Usama Kagwa. I work as an acting assistant commissioner at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, but I'm also the vice chairperson for the Sustainable Energy Response Plan Task Force at the ministry. Just ask us to settle in, and we give our distinguished panelists the audience. Okay, we'll just take a minute or two such that everyone comes closer to the front. Yeah, there are quite a number of empty chairs. So the guys at the scope, are you okay there? Okay. As the group over there is coming in to sit in, please take these front seats. Yeah. Okay, now that we have you closer, allow me to request our panelists to give a brief introduction about themselves and also the work that they're doing. I'll start with you, Ruth. From eCoca, please just use a minute or two to tell us about yourself and eCoca.
All protocol observed. Good afternoon. I'm Ruth Akiki Komuntale, the Managing Director at eCoca East Africa. eCoca deals in the eCoca solar cookstove, but it's actually a home system that runs completely on solar. It does charging, lighting, and cooking. And we operate mainly in refugee settlements. So far, we are in Bidibidi Refugee Settlement, Kiangwali Refugee Settlement. We are also in Rakai. Rakai is a district in Uganda, on Masaka Road, but we are mostly there because of the plight of HIV and the history of the wreck of HIV in the area. We operate mainly through partnerships with both local and international organizations. We are partnering with CD Care, Caritas, Mercy so far to reach refugees and host communities, providing cooking, lighting, and charging solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ruth. Vitake?
Hello, hi, my name is Vitake Daniels. I'm the Director of Programs for Mercy Corps in Uganda. We're a development organization that has been active here since 2006, and we operate in across Uganda, specifically in northern Uganda, West Nile, Karamoja, and in the greater Kampala area, focusing on catalyzing change through partnerships with civil society, government, and private sector, building peaceful, secure, and healthy communities. We work on livelihoods, specifically also in refugee settlements, and providing access to energy in collaboration with ICOCA East Africa, as I've already mentioned, or as Ruth has just mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just Lazarus. All right. Thank you very much, Ruth and Vitike. I hope I'm getting it right. All right. I'll start with you, Ruth. How can we promote energy services for refugees and displaced people? You said in these areas you're working in, from Rakai to Bidibidi and all these other places where vulnerable groups are located. How can you promote the products, the services that you and your team are doing within these areas?
Thank you, Mr. Sama. So the places where we operate are really hard to reach areas. Mostly, when we say we work with refugees and host communities, people say, oh, those districts are so far away. But to understand that when we have insecurities and people have to leave their homes forcefully to come into Uganda, they come through the border districts. So these are districts that will definitely be hard to reach for people who say this. They come usually from the central or closer to the central. So districts that are far away are closer to the rest of the countries that we border. This automatically means there's a distance issue. Distance both for information, for products, for services, for anything really. And we know that growth really comes out of the capital city. One of the things that we really need to focus on is accessibility of the services and the products in renewable energy. We need to make sure that it's not just a thing of people have come in. Right now we have refugees coming in through Kisoro. What is happening to the refugees that are coming in? We already have Ugandan homes that do not have clean lighting solutions, just lighting. So what's happening to these people? Are they in tents? Are they out of tents? Are they in buildings? Bring the services closer to them. So accessibility. And accessibility also comes with information. Can these people know what options are available? Are they for purchase? Are they free? Are they half and half? What options are they? If they are renewable, there's several options. We have biogas, we have solar, we have hydro options. We have, of course, the hydro, because it's faraway districts, many of the options are off-grid, sorry. So can people know these are the options that are available to you, this is the problem you may be going through, these are the solutions. So that's also an access. Then affordability. Many solutions that are on the market are actually not very affordable, even for the normal Ugandan. For instance, I'll just speak about the technology that we provide, the ICOCA solar cook stove. Yes, it's a system, you're getting so many options, you're getting lighting, charging, and cooking. It's 2 million shillings. How will this refugee afford it? So that's why you go into affordability. What mechanisms of funding do we have, both from the government, from the international community, from private sector players locally? What options do we have? So when we talk affordability, we can talk about subsidies, we can talk about innovating funding options, we can funding from banks. Now we have UECCC talking about refugee energy access programs. So there's several options of getting these services there. The distance thing that I talked about, one of our partners, Masico, has put innovation centers in place. Can we have more partners bring up innovation centers? What are innovation centers? In the refugee communities where we operate, for instance, Bidibidi, we have spaces where refugees can come and charge their phones, can do computer work, can print, can record their music, can do all kinds of things with technology. Can we have more of those go to people so people are not traveling 20 kilometers to access power, to access internet, to access several options? So we need to take the services closer and also make them affordable.
All right, thank you very much, Ruth. You nearly answered Vitike's question about what Mexico is doing. But maybe you can build on to what she said in that regard of affordability, because I mean the communities we're talking about really are the ones that are most affected by poverty. One, they've left their livelihoods, their sources of income, and been displaced to come into these settlements. So how then do you ensure that they can afford these products and services for clean energy?
Sure, thank you, Osama. Yes, Ruth has obviously touched on a number of aspects on this already. What we as Mersukor often do is we partner with private sector actors and try and really use market system development approaches to across our programming. I think as we've already identified, a lack or low income levels and a lack of livelihood opportunities really impact the ability of refugees as well as hosting communities, honestly, in these areas to access new technologies. So what can we do about that? One, we can obviously work on creating livelihood opportunities, work on promoting or on increasing income, etc. But I don't think that's where we need to stop. I think we also need to look at giving access to finance, new opportunities to access funds for not just for home systems potentially, but also for businesses. One of the studies that we've recently conducted in the 4 settlements in West Nile, Palarinya, Palabaka, Jumani, and Bidi really showed that of the main priorities identified, there were 5 priorities identified, access to electricity for households and for businesses and for productive use really came out as one of the key priorities identified. And so it's not just at household level that refugees require access to energy, but also for productive use for their small businesses to support agricultural interventions, etc. Access to credit remains a huge problem. Refugees as well as agribusinesses are often seen as very high risk to invest in, and so what we as Mersukor often do is try to collaborate with financial service providers and banks to develop new products and reduce some of those barriers and de-risk lending to these higher risk groups, if you will. And we've seen huge interest and also quite a lot of success in giving that access to finance. And I think we continue to look at new opportunities to scale that. Beyond that, I think we're also needing to look at not just development actors and non-governmental organizations, but also facilitating market actors to enter into these markets. I think we often forget that there's a real business potential and a business case for private sector actors to tap into this market. And as Ruth has already mentioned, we do need to make sure that those services are offered close to refugee households, to host community households, so that not only can they be cost effective, but there's also after sales or post sales services that are available, so that people, even when we've invested and they've taken up some new technologies or energy saving cook stoves or other products, that it doesn't just go to waste when there's an initial problem, for example. Lastly, the one other thing that I really want to mention is coordination. We do need to look a lot better as to how do we jointly utilize the resources that are available, that are limited. and access to energy is not cheap. And so I think we really need to come together as various actors, various stakeholders in this space to jointly agree on how can we best move this forward. And so it requires a collaborative effort by government, by development actors, by scientists, by universities, by private sector, to really move this forward and drive this need to access energy for refugee hosting communities. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. You touched the issue of de-risking to make some of these products more available and sustainable to these communities. But is this something that, or can you give us more clear examples, maybe for the benefit of us and who may not exactly understand how this approach is done? I don't know. Is ECOC also doing the same?
Sure. I mean, I think it's about if we're looking at de-risking for private sector actors and financial service providers to engage in this space. I think we're looking at working both on the supply side and on the demand side. So with the private sector actors or the financial service providers, we need to make sure that we work with them on KYC requirements and developing products that are actually accessible and have terms and conditions that the communities that we're trying to reach through these products are actually favorable, so that people don't run the risk of defaulting and running themselves into debt. So I think it's working with private sector actors and financial service providers to really make sure that the services they provide are suitable to the context. It's also, and then we can work with what we've done in the past is loan guarantee facilities. We've established partnerships with crowdfunding platforms like Kiva, for example, that provide lines of credit to financial service providers, therefore de-risking at the financial service provider level to engage in these types of interventions. Then at the same time, we also need to work with communities, making sure that they have a proper understanding of the product that they're engaging with, that they know the investment that they will be making. We can look at different types of financing models around pay-as-you-go or using mobile money or access to credit, different types of financing models that are again geared towards the right populations, supporting their financial literacy. If we're talking about businesses, ensuring that they have a really clear business development plan, providing continued support and follow-up to make sure that they have the highest chance of success when they're running that business, for example. So I think there's numerous ways that we can provide support and increase the chances of success when we're looking at giving the access to finance or business development services.
Okay. So Ruth, how do you then? I would like to get a clear relationship understanding between you and Masico in providing these products and services that they're talking about. Is there such a relationship existing already? Do you have a collaboration with Masico in place? And how does it? With clear examples, could you tell us some of the work that you are doing with them?
Okay, so we do collaborate with different partners. In the case of Masico, for instance, Masico, one of the things they do is help the vulnerable to have market access. So if you have these are just live examples on what we're doing with our partner Masico in the field. So when you have clients who you're telling a product is so much and they really earn nothing, one of the things you have to do is to make sure in the first place that they earn. Two is that their earning is not just subsistence, that it can also translate into a saving. And then part of that saving can also go, or part of their earning can also go to an investment. So once you can enable someone to earn, to save, and to invest, then you are actually helping them access some products and services. And then you tell them what products are available and how they can access them. That's one part. So one of the things that I've seen some partners or some other people in the refugee settlements do is they have put in place projects. Some people are doing goat keeping, others are just doing financial literacy classes. Others are engaging, for instance, with Mexico on a project that we've just done, Journey to Scale, we've had them organize some refugees and host communities into cooperatives. And in these cooperatives, we've had people saving together, becoming bankable. So they start to keep their books of accounts, they start to bank their monies. And so when they have a pool of monies that they can go to a bank with, for instance, now we have some of our refugees going to Equity Bank and saying, we want 100 pieces of ikokas. How are they able to do that without financial literacy that came through a partner like Mexico? So it's things like this, teaching people that, you know, you're going through a situation, but you're going to have to go through life anyway. So make some money, use it to access some of these options. The other thing she talked about was pay-go. So when we went into the refugee settlements, we did not have a pay-go product. But then we noticed we have to be able to remotely monitor payments. We have to have a way to collect data remotely. We have to have a way to make it convenient for the client not to have to walk to your innovation center to have their lease renewed. So then we had to develop a pay-go model. In the partnership that we have with Mexico, for instance, we have moved from retailers going to the refugees' households to say, let me renew your lease. Now it is done on this side. We can ably renew, disconnect, reconnect, communicate to the client that you are due for payment, you're about to run out. That's something that PayGo does. The other thing that it also does, it reduces the upfront cost. So you also don't have to pay the upfront cost. You pay your installments. We've moved it down to bi-monthly. We've moved it, you know, you have options for them. You can pay between 1 year and 5 years. And that's not possible without partnerships like this because it's a heavy investment in the first place. So there are several things that I know partnerships like these help to do. But those are some of the two things I can point out now.
Okay. Can I just maybe add something else to this? I think the other thing that we've also done is support their business model. So we've supported, for example, the retailers network. So that we can improve on that after-sales services delivery that is being provided and bringing it closer to communities. The other thing that I think we also do, what I failed to mention maybe at the start, is that Mersicor has merged with a company called Energy for Impact, and so this is now our kind of technical unit on energy. And they continue to provide technical services to private sector actors, both for our partners that we work with, and they invest in kind of as a venture building and startup support. But they also provide technical support to small and medium enterprises, provide last mile services to women, support grid and off-grid development. And they also provide technical advisory services, for example, around carbon credits for companies. So I think it's a wider range of services that we can provide to both community members and participants that we work with and support through their business development, for example, but also with our partners and private sector partners that we hope to support their business models and become more efficient and actually a bit more, or improve them on their service delivery to the communities that we hope to serve.
Thank you for that clarification. I also want to find out the issue of local content. How do you ensure that there's the local communities and the refugees themselves are involved in these activities, right from the design of some of these projects like the Journey to Scale we've talked about. What's the level of involvement that you have with the refugees and the host communities in planning and implementing these projects?
So I think it often starts with with different types of engagements that we have around surveys, focus group discussions, etc., to collect inputs. But I think we also build on a number of years of experience working in these communities, collecting feedback through various different channels and ways in which we continuously try to improve. So sure, we have direct engagements in which we ask people, how can we best support you? What are your specific needs? Like we've just conducted the study around access to energy, for example, in those 4 settlements. And that really is meant to inform our future design and making sure that, you know, we look at how that we've consulted people, that we meet their actual needs, and that we match those up with opportunities in the market and new technologies that might be out there. I think the other thing that we do, or one of the other barriers that we often see, is that there's still huge barriers to access to information and to knowledge, which really negatively impact the uptake of new technologies and a reluctance to do so. And so I think it's also really important that we engage directly with community members to make them aware of the opportunities that are out there and kind of bridge that gap, because I think that's one of the major problems that we still continue to see. Then, of course, we engage with all the other stakeholders that are out there around OPM, the Ministry of Energy, et cetera, but also private sector actors that are engaging in that space. And so I think it's a combination of ways in which we engage directly with the communities that we serve. We collect their feedback as we are implementing, but we also try and keep our eyes open to match them up with opportunities that might meet their needs in new ways.
Yes, thanks. You earlier talked about the issue of coordination, and now you bring up the stakeholder engagement, and this is a question for the both of you. You know, how can coordination better be improved, but also what challenges are you experiencing within that space, whether it's with the government red tape or the various humanitarian actors in terms of coordination. There seems to be a lot of the same people doing the same thing, and duplication of some of these services, as well as double, triple reporting the same things. So what can be done better about what are the challenges of coordination, but also what would you recommend to improve that? That's for both of you.
Sure. I mean, coordination is always hugely, well, not necessarily problematic, but definitely difficult. As development agencies, we are grant funded. We are also competing for limited resources that are available, which, so those conditions are not super favorable to having a really coordinated response. Beyond that, I think there isn't always a really great mechanism for sharing of information, and we often like to also keep things close to our heart. We're also not very good at maybe sharing our failures, so that we continue to make the same mistakes, and we do not learn necessarily from each other because we're afraid to talk about the things that haven't necessarily worked. We also lack kind of a really clear coordination mechanism, honestly, in these areas. And so, sure, we do try. We obviously all work with OPM and with UNHCR and their working groups, and we continue to share information. But I think if we really want to make the best use of the limited resources that are available, I think we need to think of new ways in which we can work. We're definitely seeing a less favorable donor environment right now. And so I think we also need to look at new ways of engaging new actors and holding them responsible. So you're already seeing donors or others putting more pressure on private sector engagement and their investment. I think we need to be looking at different financing models that might be more favorable to that coordination or to learning. I think having a model where you're fully grant funded sometimes can stop development, or at least the development in a way of coming up with new ideas. And so those are some of the challenges that I see. And I think we need to challenge ourselves to think through new ways in which we can do this, and really start to adopt a new mindset about willing to be open and honest, share information, learn from each other, and very proactively work towards it. And then, environments like this, where we are bringing together a number of different stakeholders, we need to bring them together to then jointly look at how are we going to invest our resources. I'll give an example of the Netherlands, where I am from, but they've just started an energy compact, bringing together think tanks, universities, private sector actors, government, development agencies, and actors, etc., to really jointly think of how are we going to be resolving these issues. And so I think those are the types of venues that we, those are the type of conversations that I think we need to promote, and looking at different ways in which we can involve new actors to really improve in our coordination and really try to move forward with the limited resources that we have and drive the energy, or access to energy for those that really lack it. Ruth, do you have anything to?
On the part of coordination, one of the biggest problems is most stakeholders start to look at each other as competitors, and we're just talking about this right before the session. And I think it would be very important to always remember why we're doing what we do, and just emphasizing that. So when she was talking about the limited resources available, it would be really good to kind of have a working committee, a working group where you know that should there be energy need to be addressed, you have all the stakeholders together, there's consultation, there's concerted effort to address the same issue, and then you just decide who does what best, who is in what area, and then you just support each other that way. So then we are addressing the problem together, not working against each other to address the same problem. And that's where the issue of duplication comes in. And you're duplicating very limited resources. So I tend to think that the same effort we have towards refugee response, for instance, can be brought into energy needs access, or energy, addressing the issues around energy. So if we can just have a group of people just working together, because right now you make friends because you want to make friends, you partner because you're partners, but we really need to go back to why are we doing what we are doing for the people we are doing them for, and just focus on those things.
You're saying there's need to have the kind of platform which brings people together, but then I thought about, then there already something existing like that. I know there's something that UNHCR coordinates. Is it the Work Green? There's the CRF Secretariat, the OPM. There's a whole energy desk at OPM. What are they not doing right then to coordinate to have this platform implemented, as opposed now to avoid the duplication you talked about of having another platform? Yeah.
I think that exists, right? As I mentioned, we and I know ECOCA East Africa as well. We collaborate with UNHCR. We collaborate and we agree on our way forward. What we don't often really do, specifically around access to energy, I think, is bring together, like we have certain other working groups, as mentioned by Ruth. And so these types of interventions are often linked to other types of interventions as well, which obscures a little bit what everybody else does. we're not looking at these things holistically normally, whereas I don't think we can silo this anymore. Access to energy it impacts people's livelihoods, it impacts their access to healthcare, it impacts their access to education, it impacts their entire life. And so I think we need to take a step back and look at that a little bit more holistically. The other thing that I see is missing a little bit is we're having new actors coming into this space. And there isn't really a coordination mechanism that is really friendly to engage all those new actors as well. And so while I think we do try and coordinate, I do think there's still a gap and we can do better. I don't think that better coordination is going to immediately lead to now access to energy for everybody. But I do think we can improve on what we're currently doing. So it's not as if there's no coordination happening. It's just not enough potentially, or at least not going as far as we could take it.
Okay. I want to give the audience a chance to ask a question or two just before we close. Just tell us your name, where you're from, and your question, please. Yes. Is there a mic? Is there a mic?
Sure. Thank you very much for this session. My name is Owin Hakim from Community Volunteers Impact. I'm asking this question from the person who has been under the shadow of development agency. It's very easy to suggest intervention. It's very easy to ask questions, very hard to implement, very hard to coordinate. And there are different dilemmas. There are different challenges that comes with that. There's a lot of conflicting interest, but at the end of the day, you have to change the lives of the people you're helping. I've been to Palabek refugees. Most of the refugee economy actually depends on the environment, depends on the surrounding. That's range from their housing, their cooking, their farming, and all that. Then the same environment, remember, it's the same environment the household communities we are surviving on. And the refugee came and exerted pressure on the same environment. What mechanism is being put in place to make sure that these resources from this environment are sustained? And in the future, these refugees don't start conflicting with the host community, because right now they are cooperating. This credit, what she talked about, building credit, cooperation between the refugee and host community are working together. But the reality is, good percentage of their lives come from environment, and when those resources runs out, they're going to start conflicting. The development agency and partnering with the government of Uganda, working together to make sure that those futuristic problems are addressed and we don't arrive at that emergency point. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If there's one more question, then we can take that. Okay, two, and then we'll respond and close the session.
Thank you very much. My name is John Igumira. I am an agriculturalist, livestock publisher. I publish a National Livestock Farmers magazine. I want to thank you. I've forgotten the name of this lady. Okay, but at least I've heard the good projects and how you are trying to help the refugees. But my worry is about your information dissemination in your projects. You know, Uganda hosts a big number of refugees in most of our camps. But how many refugee groups know what you're doing? And are you having a plan of engaging? You know, agriculture is one of the ways that we can help these refugees or our fellow people maybe improve on their lives. Do you have any ways you're trying to, because I didn't hear you speak anything like livestock related activity in your programs, but don't you think they are the most lucrative ventures? Maybe you need to encourage these people go in, have some funding there. But the most important thing is, how are you disseminating this information? See that it gets to the target audience, and maybe also question our government, which we think it is doing well in as far as refugee handling is concerned. But maybe you need to also put some ways of seeing how our government can have a platform of dealing with you, the supporters. But the specific thing is now about information dissemination. Thank you.
The hands are getting more.
Thank you so much. My name is Safira, and I'm a lawyer working with TASLEF, but I've also had the opportunity to work in refugee camps. I've been in Germany for some time, and regarding the issue of resource scarcity, what he talked about, it's not something that's going to come. I remember when we were in Germany, we would have conflicts between the refugee communities and the host communities over resources. So I just want to know, in the grand scheme of trying to help them, how do you address these issues? You as an organization, but then also another thing regarding some of them, you realize that maybe the help that they need most of the times is it's backed up with a lot of trauma. So even though you're trying to help them, some of the times they do not understand what you're bringing to the table. So are there any internal mechanisms in your organization that when you're giving them, when you're bringing all these kinds of resources, you're also trying to address these traumas from the internal organization?
Engineer, should they first respond to those, or should I continue?
Yes, let's respond to those. And all right, I'm seeing burning hands, and we lock it down to two more questions. Ruth and Vitek.
Thank you. I'll start with Owita King's question. Regarding the question of what mechanisms are we putting in place to reduce the pressure on the limited natural resources already available, or already limited? We have several interventions. I'm speaking on the innovators' side and the energy providers' side. So we noticed that there are actually major issues. Many people who have not been to or worked with refugees will be shocked the kind of issues we have, but they're really human issues. These are things we face with our own neighbors back home. So it's the same issues that the refugees face or the host communities face. So one of the things we noticed was happening was the conflict between the host community and the refugees over wood, fuel wood, which is still a major fuel source for these communities. I mean, it is even here in Kampala. So how about the refugees communities? We have gone ahead to innovate a solar school kitchen, the Ikoka Solar School Kitchen. And the very first of its kind in the world is existing in Kiangwali Refugee Settlement at Kina Keitaka Primary School. We have made a mini grid to power it. It's cooking for about 300 students, 250 to 300 students. But from just listening to what the school in the refugee settlement was using as fuel wood, it was obvious to us that it was just a matter of time before something sparked. I mean, if you're going out and collecting this wood day by day, even though you're cooking for both the refugee and host community, someone is bound to say, I'm sorry, you've just taken enough. And you can't blame them. Before 94, most of Kiangwali refugee settlement was a forest. Now we have names like Kinakitaka, which literally means it's a pit of soil, a pit of earth. So it's just a dust place. What do you tell the person who has an inheritance from their grandparent, hoping to earn something from this forest, and now it's just dust? So innovations that listen to a problem from the beneficiary, the would-be beneficiary, and customize the solution, like the school kitchen,
Now we are reducing firewood consumption, firewood that would have been spent cooking for 300 students daily. Now we have that reduced backwards. Secondly, you had issues on my last visit to the settlement, to Bidibidi. I had a lady tell me how they go very early in the morning when it's still dark, and how late do you return? She said, long after lunch, long after our children's tears have dried on their faces. It's real. So they go in groups. Why do they go in groups? Because while they cut the firewood or pick the firewood, they could be hurt. You've taken enough. Can we just pull back? So one of the things we do through our partners or with our partners is create woodlots close enough to the settlements. So you have people, not everyone is going to adopt the technology immediately. So you have people who cannot yet take up the technology, pick fuel wood from close by. So you plant trees that grow faster. So they have a kind of a renewable source of energy still. So they're not putting much pressure on the environment. We've also tried to do job creation. So we have retailer groups. Instead of having our own employees out there taking the jobs, we go to the host community and the refugees. We put a call up through our partners. These people get trained and they're given skill. For instance, we assemble our system in Yumbe. So you have people now earning money from assembling. You have people earning money through retailing. You also have cooking advisors for our technology. So you have people who would, instead of, for instance, burning charcoal to sell it for money, collecting firewood to pile it on a truck and sell it for money, now having alternative ways to earn money. And then they can put that money in more productive uses. The reason we put them, for instance, in cooperatives is so this money is not just used for your household need. I'm earning money to buy tomatoes, no. So once you earn through a cooperative, you have your personal earning coming to you, but you also have a bigger chunk going to the cooperative, which now decides how do we use our monies. And that's why we have partners like Masiko coming in to say, now reinvest in renewable energy products. So they sell more together, buy more together, make more money together on renewable energy products and other products, really. So you have less of what would be disturbing the environment and giving it time to heal as well. I think, I can just stop on that, but even the domestic cookstove that we have that also allows people to charge from home, to charge their phones. You have neighbors bringing their phones and charging at the beneficiary's home. They earn money. These neighbors would alternatively destroy the environment doing the activities that I mentioned before. You have people running solar saloons off the Ikoka, for instance. They're now earning money from a renewable energy source. So there are several things that one innovation or several innovations can actually do and go a long way to reduce the pressure on the existing environment resources.
Thank you very much, Ruth. We had missed on touching the issue of conflict between the refugees and host communities, and I'm glad that it came up from the audience.
Mr. Osama, just regarding Johnny Gumira's question on livestock and agriculture, what we've done to involve or to include agriculture, or knowing that many of these practice this. We have not gone to practice agriculture ourselves, but the kind of work we do, we also look out for the kind of partner that would have a far-reaching effect. So one of our partners, Caritas, actually works with farmers all over the country and might actually be spearheading a platform for farmers in the country. I'm right, yeah? So through Caritas, while they do their agricultural outreaches, they also go ahead and take products, renewable energy products and services to the masses. One thing that might make you happy to know is that it was actually on our visit with Caritas to Bidibidi refugee settlement that we noticed the plight of the women and the children with cooking, because Caritas was doing more of the farmer interventions, giving out kitchen gardens
to people to supply food, but the gardens never grew. They dried up and wilted. Many things were happening. So it was actually on a visit like that we were exposed to what was happening, hence our innovation. So we actually do work with partners that already do that work because we can't do it all. So that's one of the things we've done to reach out to the farmers.
Can I just add to this maybe a little bit as well? So around Mercy Corps, actually a large part of what we do is supporting agricultural livelihoods. In West Nile, in the settlements where we do work, I think it's more of agriculture rather than livestock. We do have very large livestock programming around Karamoja, but if we're looking at West Nile, it is very much more around agriculture and crop production where there are opportunities for livelihoods. Even in COVID times, we've seen definitely an increase in that. And so we have a flagship program in West Nile, in BDBD and in Rhino Camp, where we really do support, we work with one of our partners, Village Enterprise, combining the graduation model, targeting the 10% most or the poorest in the communities that are identified through full survey of the entire community. Who go through a full graduation model, training, business development. They get some small grants, and then we introduce them to private sector actors. So they don't just graduate out of poverty, but actually are going to be able to grow their business and really improve their income. So it's not just sustenance that they're looking at, but really are going to be able to grow. We're also looking within this to then engage private sector actors, financial service providers, new innovations and technologies, such as, for example, solar water pumps, so that we can, instead of using very expensive and damaging diesel water pumps, we are trying to innovate more cost-effective and hopefully also better for the environment, solar-powered water pumps that are going to improve the produce quality and the overall productivity of the farmers that we support. And so I think this goes back a little bit to what Ruth was saying as well. I think within all of this, in looking at the natural resources and the stress that those limited natural resources are under, I think this is one of the main reasons why we are partnering with an organization like Ikoka East Africa, because we look at, again, between 76 to 91% in the different settlements that we were looking at in West Nile, they're using firewood for cooking. And then up to 27% use charcoal. So we can only just see everybody goes out and collects firewood, which is really going to hurt the environment. We're seeing erosion, we're seeing, cutting of trees. And so part of us innovating these new technologies is to improve access to energy, but not just for the sake of energy, for the sake of making sure that people are not having a negative impact on the environment, that it's a healthier way to cook, for example, or we're introducing new technologies because they're going to be better for the environment, improving their productivity, etc. So I think it's always a combination. In terms of maybe to talk a little bit about the information dissemination and kind of also how we engage with or ensuring kind of the conflict between host and displaced communities. So information dissemination, I think, always goes hand in hand with whoever we identify, we work with, we support, we work with local leaders, we work through local organizations, we work with refugee-led organizations specifically as well, who we then support, and through them, we're going to be able to hopefully reach those populations that need it the most. I think part of what we always do is making sure that we're very transparent in how we select people, how we want to engage with them. And then in addition to that, we have our internal accountability mechanisms that we very proactively advertise, so that there's a hotline that's free, there's a WhatsApp number that people can provide, they can come to us and individually explain things, and we have standards and mechanisms around this to make sure that we're able to respond to any type of feedback that we get. so that we do incorporate that the information that we're collecting from our community members and participants that we're supporting. Maybe the last thing that I wanted to say around the access to resources again. So, you know, we are collaborating with organizations like UNHCR on access to land for refugees and connecting that to our programs. And so it is limited. It is you know, there's not an immediate solution to everything. But I do see that we're making progress, and if we're looking at Uganda, it has very receptive and welcoming policies in place. There's still barriers to making sure that everything that is possible actually happens in practice. But if I look at this from different contexts, I do see that there's a huge amount of opportunity as well to really invest in refugees, and I think that is also how the government approaches that. They really do see refugees also as adding value to society, and I think that is something that is something that I agree with, and we need to move forward with.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, a round of applause to our panelists for really breaking down for us the issues and opportunities in these refugee settlements and host communities regarding access to clean energy. I believe we've used up an hour, so yeah, I'm seeing a burning hand up there. I'm hoping it's a comment. Because of time,
my concern was about the transit camps, because these transit camps don't, like refugees there, don't have a permanent stay, and you can't say we are giving them permanent energy sources, because they are here for a short time before going to the main settlement camps. So which energy efficient means, how do you help communities receiving these refugees? Because even today morning, I understand we had refugees from Congo, even today. So which strategies are we having for these people who are hosting such a population before being settled in their permanent camps? Thank you.
Colleagues, we're running out of time. Please allow us. I want you to record your questions, then share them with Justine. Yeah, Justine is over there with a mic, and we shall respond to them. I assure you, the ministry and also our partners here are going to respond to them. We have overrun by 20 minutes, so just please bear with us. Though that was a very good question regarding transit camps. There's Kisoro, there's I think Kasese as well. Sorry?
I think there was a gentleman up in the back who had he's been very trying to get attention.
He has managed to influence you.
Okay.
Okay. Please, no, time.
Good evening,
we'll take them.
and thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Ronald Mayanja Omugalanda. I am the Communications Director for Spear Energy Limited and a non-government organization called Tesi Energy Solutions Initiative. These are very new, just registered in July this year. So one question for you. What advice would you give to a new renewable energy entrant like ourselves? Because we are very much interested in that particular sector. One comment I had is, did you travel with any representatives from the community, specifically the refugees, one or two of them, as well as the host community representatives, so that they could be able to tell us about your interventions and the challenges they face Finally, a piece of advice to the Ministry of Energy. Did we have side events prior to the conference which were supposed to happen out of Kampala? Something like this would have made a lot of meaning if we had regional curtain raising events, especially in the host communities as well as the refugee settlements. And I think these can be considered in the subsequent conferences we will be able to have. My name is Ronald Mayanja Omugalanda.
Thank you very much, Ronald Mayanja. Good questions. I'll have answers regarding for the ministry, but also I don't know if Justine also will chip in on that. So Ruth and Viteke, please briefly, the issue of transition camps, yeah? I think that's a good question. Just quick response. And also, Ronald had a question for advice to new entrant in the renewable energy space. And if the representatives from the refugees and host communities present, though, okay, yeah, respond to that. The others are for the ministry.
Thank you, Sama. I'll start with Ronald Mayanja's question. Let me start with your one of the last questions on whether we traveled with our refugee or host community representative. This being Renewable Energy Conference and Expo, we did not. However, at our stall on booth 35, if you visit us, you'll have refugee stories and host community stories or testimonials about the interventions that we have. However, we have before, for instance, on World Refugee Day, we did have lots and lots of refugees that came in to tell their stories of this is what is happening in our communities, these are our problems, these are the solutions available, and these are the interventions we hope to come to us. On the advice that you would give a new entrant into the energy sector, as new, Ikoka East Africa is as new as you may think. We were incorporated in 2019. We started work in the heart of COVID 2020. So from my experience so far, it is research your target beneficiary as much as possible. Do not just throw a solution at someone and hope that they will take it or that it will work for them or that it's the best. So find out from your client or your target beneficiary, what is your problem? What kind of solution do you envision? And then try as much as possible to meet your client's needs. Secondly, going digital is going to solve a lot of your headache. So invest a lot in digitization. Thirdly, there's so many people willing to walk the journey with you. You just need to go out there and find out who. So look out to partnerships, meaningful partnerships, impactful partnerships like the ones we have. And going to the question on transit camps that you asked about, what do we do in such transit camps? Unfortunately, we're not yet in the area where we have more of the Congolese refugees coming from the southwest of Uganda, but where we already are now, maybe also us not being there is another thing that it already poses a problem and a solution. I think it would be a good area for more partnerships to have interventions like ours reach all the refugee settlements. However, where we are, where I can speak about Bidibidi refugee settlement, they call it a reception center, where you are received first before you are resettled into the more permanent settlement. We have put in place community kitchens with support from CARE Uganda and CARE Denmark, CARE Norway. So what the community kitchen looks like is a building, a well-ventilated dome where you have 10 e-cookers, 10 solar cookers. And in there, the refugee or the host community person can come in, but mostly at the reception center, it's for the refugee. They can come in with them. We provide cooking pots, insulated, so they work like flasks. Come from home, cook your food, and go. And then your food can be kept hot. You don't have to come back each time to keep warming or reheating your food. So that's an intervention we can say we have done. So it's not in the household, or it's not in your one man's unit. That means any other person will access it long after you're gone. Another thing that we have done with our partner CARE is we have created kitchen committees, because what happens after the first people you trained to use your technology have gone? So these kitchen committees train the next people to operate the kitchen, to abide by the SOPs of the technology and the kitchen. And I think that's the two questions that came up. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Ruth. Just quickly regarding what where the side events were done before this, for this particular one, I'm not aware of any. But also, I was supposed to be a panelist here as well, and to talk about the ministry plans regarding sustainable energy for refugees and host communities. The ministry this year has just completed the development of the Sustainable Energy Response Plan for refugees and host communities. I think this was launched in August of this year. But we also plan to have more advocacy and awareness engagements in the settlements and the regions where these refugee settlements are. This is expected to start, I think some of the events are even going to start before the end of this year, but continuously through the course of next year. Also on another front, there's a new World Bank project called the Electricity Access Scale-Up Project, with an entire component dedicated to refugee communities. So there's going to be a lot of work and awareness, but also provision of technologies. Exactly what you've heard from Ruth and Viteke here, but also from the government perspective in that regard. So that's the summary of what I'd wanted to communicate to the audience here. But please allow me to come to the conclusion of a very, very interesting discussion that we've had today. We've had two very valuable panelists from giving us a private sector perspective on the work that's being done in these communities, but also from a humanitarian actor's perspective in this space. We look forward, as a ministry, we look forward to engaging you further on this. We'll have more communication regarding the work that the ministry is going to do in the refugee space, along with the partners and also with our colleagues in other MDAs, especially OPM. So we've come to the conclusion of our panel, Energizing Refugee and Host Communities. Energizing Refugees and Host Communities. I just want to thank you for good participation, and also a round of applause again for our panelists. I think they've done a fantastic job under the circumstances. I have a communication regarding another activity this evening. There will be a cocktail at the exhibition place, yeah? So you're all invited and ready to kickstart your weekend, yeah? All right, thank you very much, and enjoy your evening. Yes, please. You have a is it Dr. Jackie Pila? Ooh. Sincere apologies. I didn't get that from the from the secretariat. Okay. That's a spanner. Sorry? All right. Sincere apologies, Jackie. But yeah, just want to invite you to come and make your presentation. From my end, I have another meeting then I'm supposed to be dashing off to. So I'm going to request Ruth to step in and do a fantastic job, I'm sure. All right, Jackie, please come, and apologies again for that, yeah? Okay.
Good afternoon. Now we will welcome Dr. Jackie Epila to present a paper on restoration of carbon in degraded savanna. You're welcome, Dr. Jackie.
So good evening to you all. The topic I'm going to talk about today is restoration of carbon in a degraded savanna woodland ecosystem using Pinus caribea. It's kind of been cut there. But basically, this intervention, this is an eye-opener. Most times we run to exotics, forgetting about our indigenous plants. Could you move to the next, or it's me to do it from here? Where is it? I've tried pressing that. Here it is. Okay. Is it on? I think it's this other one. Press the other side. Press the other one. I use this one. Okay. Yeah. Back, that's forward. Okay, so sorry about that. It's not going to be so clear. I think it was edited a bit. I had a darker background, but that's fine. So my name is Dr. Epila. Let's start from there. I'm a chemist. I'm a lecturer in chemistry. I'm also the head of Department Science and Vocational Education in the Faculty of Education at Lira University. So let's jump right in. It's not so clear, but the brief background is that we are destroying our trees, not only in Africa, but globally. And especially in the savanna woodland ecosystem where I am based in the north, it's mainly savanna. There is mass degradation due to cutting down of trees for firewood, medicinal purposes, construction, and many other things. Now, as we keep cutting down these trees, we forget that they need to be restored because these are our carbon sequesters. They kind of keep our planet cool. The more trees we cut, the more CO2 we keep releasing into the environment. And at the same time, we are also destroying our habitats. Our livelihoods are also destroyed, and many other things. Now, we would need to restore this, but at the same time as we are practicing, for example, agriculture and all these things, we keep removing our natural seed bank, right? We use ox plows. I don't know how many of you have been to the villages where people plow using ox plows, and therefore the soil seed banks of these indigenous trees are actually eliminated. So basically, we are left with remnant trees scattered all over. You can imagine, you picture the whole of here without any trees, just a few stands, and that makes it a living dead. We literally do not have any of those trees to rely on. Now, there is this call, it's getting hotter, seasons are, changing rapidly, and it is all because of this, we keep cutting down our trees. So how do we solve this? We either adapt or we mitigate. But adaptation is quite costly, and we all know this. However, we could mitigate. We mitigate through tree planting, like we talked about in the morning, afforestation, and many other things. But now, since we do not have our own seeds of indigenous trees that we have destroyed, we rely on exotics, and mainly it is pine. Now, the more we keep relying on this pine, we do not know how they perform. Pines are exotic. They mainly grow in the subtropics and the colder environment. In Africa, it's a bit of a new species, so we do not know how it adapts or grows in our environment. But here we are being advocated for to plant these in Africa. Now, the study was to assess how would this pine, behave in an African setting or an environment. So what we did on a 6-hectare plot in the Lango sub-region, it's called Apala, it's way up there in the north, we took 6,000 seedlings, 12-month-old, and planted them on a bare field, like the trees were dead. Literally, there were no indigenous trees. So we decided to plant these trees there to see how they would grow and perform. Because we hear a lot of things like carbon credits, the more trees you plant, the more carbon you suck up, and then the more carbon you suck up translates into more money in terms of credits. Now, once we did that, we initially, at baseline scenario, took the carbon stocks. So what do I mean by this? We took diameter at breast height of the remnant trees species that were existing on the land before that. We then harvested all those remnant trees and then put our seedlings. And initially, we left the local farmers to kind of plant their crops, intercrop within the pines. But after they became over an age that could not encourage, that kind of cropping underneath, we stopped them and let the trees, grow on their own. And as usual, some died. It's only natural, but the ones that survived did survive. And after 4 years, we went and measured these trees, the pines that had grown in this, this desert or this remnant, or sort of like not virgin, but it was empty. We took diameters at breast height still. For trees less than 5 centimeters of diameter, we didn't measure that because they do not really contribute too much to carbon. So the bigger ones we took, so we measured at 4 years, at 9 years, and 12 years is this year. So we kind of did the measurements, used allometric equations, and so on. The methodology is more detailed, but I will not go into it right now. So we had allometric equations, for those of you who know this. And we also used metadata, so we used WorldClim, we used FAO soils, we used ArcGIS. So we overlaid this and kind of got the environmental, so the rainfall, precipitation, soil type, and many other, variables that would help explain why our pines behave the way they did. So after doing that, we also obviously applied statistics. We used SPSS. It's not so clear here on the map. However, this is a thematic map pulled out. This is a soil map, so this is one of our maps. It's not clear. So we did several maps and overlay, and we found that indeed our pines grew. And at 4 years, it behaved comparably the same to a study that was done by another author in different parts of Uganda. But they stopped at 5 years. We went ahead for 9 years, and clearly we see that, okay? So this upper part, I think this is a pointer here. So this is the diameter at breast height, the upper part, that's A. And then here is above ground biomass, the top right-hand corner. We can see that there is a clear, increment. So the blue one is the indigenous trees. Then from the red through to the yellow, it shows how our pines behaved throughout. So they are indeed sequestering carbon. However, if you notice that at 9 years, it's not so clear because it's a white background, at 9 years, there is what we call shoot transformation. So as pine grows, it starts developing secondary shoots. Now, once that phenomenon sets in, pine stops growing vertically. It now starts growing rather slowly, and it is mirrored in the 12th year, because you see there is a jump from 4 to 9, and then from 9 to 12, there is a slow in growth. And then here begs the question, if we are being encouraged, indeed pine is storing carbon, but if we are being encouraged to grow this pine for carbon credits, there are 2 crediting periods. So in the first crediting period, the first 10 years, pine is really performing. It's 9 years, it is really sequestering. But in the second crediting period, that is from the 10th to the 20th year, we see that pine is clearly, stunting. It is not sequestering carbon the way it is supposed to. And yet these are some of the initiatives they tell us in CDM, Clean Development Mechanisms, that we should, plant pine. Yeah, everybody is planting pine around here. But we clearly see that pine might not be able to make it up to the second crediting period. So the question is, if this tree is not doing its job is supposed to take in carbon, and if it is not doing it, are we going to be forced to cut it down? Because there is scarcity of land and it is not trapping any more carbon. That is the question I posed to you. I don't know if there are policy makers in here. I hoped there would be, because these are pertinent issues that we need to discuss, because these are things they encourage us to do. And studies like this show clearly that pine in Uganda or in a tropical climate is not performing the way it should. So I leave that question to you. And there are also other take-home messages here. We really need to focus on our indigenous trees. We do not know how they behave. They could be even better performers than pine. But because we have decimated most of them, we do not understand their silviculture, their species-specific functional traits, and a lot more. We have kind of neglected them, and yet they would be more tolerable to drought. Because if we go into the details of, physiology of a tree, we see that most of our indigenous trees, their xylem are able to withstand very negative pressures. It means that when it's very dry, these trees will not dry up. They will persist and continue, thriving. And it's a pity that most of these trees are getting lost. And yet climate is getting worse, and we are not even understanding them yet. And therefore, we are focusing on more of these emerging renewable technologies like solar and all that, but the trees are disappearing. What are we going to do about that, as global citizens? We need to address these issues. And therefore, we need more funding. Most of the allometric equations that I used in this, this study were borrowed. Like, we do not have inherent, studies done within Africa, for example, within Uganda. Within that context, we don't have these models that we can use. So we kind of borrow models to compare. But actual figures of the carbon that we are sequestering here is borrowed from other, data that was done in studies elsewhere. And another thing is that pines, as I've already concluded, pines are not performing. I would need, an answer from a policymaker if there is any around here. What should we do? Do we cut down these trees? Remember in the morning I posed the question, and one of the panelists, I think it was the one from GGR, who said that we shouldn't cut down these trees, but if the trees are not doing what they're supposed to do, we need to look for alternatives. Should these trees be cut down and others planted? So let me stop there, and I thank you so much. I've been a bit fast, but it has also not been clear. It's kind of tweaked. This was not the PowerPoint that I had sent, but it's okay. Thank you. So questions are welcome, please. If you have any. Yes? My hand is up.
Thank you. I think pine, eucalyptus, these are good trees, right? But if you see, even the reclaimers of wetlands use eucalyptus because these are heavy feeders. But I think policymakers should look at using or mixing indigenous with these exotic trees, not having these pine, eucalyptus in pure stands. Basically, them being heavy feeders, the way they feed as time goes by, they just go off easier and faster. So I think to policymakers, let's encourage planting trees in pure stands, mixing indigenous with exotic. Because exotic are fast growing. To profit-oriented farmers, they are nice for them because they'll cut them off. But with the indigenous, one, they are good in environmental protection, and because they take a lot of time to grow, a long gestation period, they will help in this carbon sequestration. I think that would help us as a country. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Doc. Thank you for your presentation. For me, I just want to, there's something you've said, what is the tree for? And it's very important that when you're looking at a species, you have to match what its intended purpose was for. When we promote, for instance, pine and eucalyptus, the main purpose of promoting pine and eucalyptus is not for carbon sequestration. It's actually pine and eucalyptus were introduced into this country to promote, fast-growing trees that would grow the timber industry. We had a huge demand for timber. We were importing a lot of timber. A lot of timber was coming from Congo, so we adopted, not we, the policymakers then adopted fast-growing species such as eucalyptus and pine. And when they did the site species matching, pine wasn't destined for northern Uganda. It was actually destined for these, wetter areas, highland areas, to reclaim, to do some, because a lot of degradation had taken place, to do some fast growth and restore our biomass to whatever extent could. Now, we have specific trees that are promoted for carbon sequestration. Another thing is, when you're trying to, we're growing the wood, biomass that is needed for processing wood, because especially when eucalyptus was introduced, we were looking at, finding wood that can be actually used for paper production. I recall, I wasn't there, but from what I've read, eucalyptus was introduced to actually as a feedstock that could be used for paper production to reduce paper, to actually grow the paper industry. However, its use has evolved over time because it's fast growing. It's now being used as a bioenergy, feedstock. And henceforth, when you have to be very critical of what the end use is. For instance, when you're identifying a feedstock for biomass, for bioenergy, when you're growing it sustainably, one that grows over a long period of time is not attractive, because you have a high demand, and henceforth you're trying to harvest as much as possible. So you tend to go for fast-growing species such as bamboo, some species of eucalyptus to support, that demand. Henceforth, when you're looking at, it's important that trees are promoted for so many functions in addition to carbon sequestration. Specific trees that are suitable for bioenergy, those that are suitable for timber should also be promoted. Henceforth, I think I wish your research could also recommend where pine is not suitable for carbon sequestration. We have species, indigenous species, that are suitable and grow very well in northern Uganda. For example, there's giant lira, there's a false muvule. There are quite a variety of indigenous species that do very well there and have always been destined, and also provide that good function, the biodiversity, and that other function that forestry does. So I like that your research concludes that pine is not suitable. However, it was never intended, it was never matched for carbon sequestration. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. But this, this project was under narrow, I think, and it was to do a trial for carbon sequestration to see if these pines could actually sequester carbon over a period of time. It was a study, and also it was these pines were site mapped, phytogeophysically mapped for eastern and northern Uganda. This particular clone. So they were trying to see if it would trap carbon. But apparently it does that in the first crediting period, the first 10 years, but then when it goes to the next crediting period, we clearly see that pine is not a suitable candidate. And therefore, because I see a lot of pine, if you drive through here to northern Uganda, you see there is a huge, there are pine forests everywhere. It's like being promoted. And now, if we see that after so many years these pines have stopped growing, these trees become useless. They're just like decorations. They are not curbing the CO2 emission that we are supposed to curb. So I'm thinking, I hope you're one of these policymakers, maybe you can take the message home. But I think pine, yes, it's a fast-growing species. Obviously, that is evident. However, it needs to be noted that it does not last up to the second crediting period. at least for the savanna woodland, because pine was also grown, so we cross-checked, we compared with different sites, and our pine was behaving more or less the same, because there was in Mubende, there was in Jinja, Gulu, other studies. They planted these pines, and they are performing more or less the same. And therefore, it is speculative, because if we overlay this on this, this FAO soils, we see the soils are the same, climate more or less the same. Therefore, perhaps, even in Jinja or in Kampala, which would be wet, perhaps, the pine would respond the same. And therefore, making it still a culprit or something that needs to be really looked into. Because we cannot stop the fact that there is these dwarf shoots. They are the main shoots, and then there are these secondary shoots that come in. And once those shoots come in, stunting starts, and growth kind of halts itself. But thank you so much for that. I've also picked up something from you. Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you very much. My name is Watum Bita, a conservation biology student from Makerere University. I like your research so much. I saw your topic here talking about restoration of carbon in degraded savanna. So I was asking myself, is there a reference point you based on to do your studies, or you only concentrated on this part? Is there any other reference point you are using to compare the degraded part here and a part that was intact? And then secondly, is this the only type of pines that we have that you have done research on, or there are any other that could also help us through? Thank you.
So thank you for your question. Indeed, we didn't replicate. Replication, actually, let me put it straight point blank. Research on plants or even on human beings is costly. And this one here is impinging on my own pocket, because now you go a long way now to go ahead and carry out, because this is a 12-year study. You have to keep measuring the diameter. You can imagine if you measure over 1,000 trees, that's hectic. You are moving through trees, so we didn't really replicate. We took a degraded, area, and number two, land is also something that is so precious in the north. Nobody's going to give you their land to plant pines. They'll rather plant food. So this is like family land, more or less, where this trial took place. So we kind of, cut down the remnant trees, so we didn't really replicate. But if money is available, we could replicate this, but then results would come up after so many years, because this is now a 12-year study. Started in 2010, and this is 2022. So it is time, and it is costly. And pine, there are different types of pine. There's Pinus caribea, Okapa, so many types. So we picked on this one. There are so many other pine species out there, different clones and all that. But again, the cost implication of running an experiment like this is huge. There were more variables that we would have measured, like soil water potential, sap flows, tomatoconductance, all these things, but we couldn't, because it is costly. It is a lot of money. But it doesn't stop you from dreaming, but it can be done. Well, we can with a little hope and prayer, it can be done. Any other questions? Okay, you have.
Thank you very much. My name is Awori Mary Imashlet. I work for Care International in Uganda. From experience, I want first of all thank you for the presentation. But from experience, I think it is very important for us to look at the purpose to which we are planting these trees. we are promoting tree planting. But I must tell you that for us, when we are looking at restoration, we don't go in for pine. But the community there, they prefer pine because it is for commercial purposes. So pine and eucalyptus are specifically for money. When we want to restore, we go in for indigenous trees. So what maybe the policymakers can say is for restoration purposes, should focus on indigenous trees. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that addition. Any other question?
Thank you, Doctor. My name is Esezam Soki from Conservation and Development Uganda. I just wanted to know if you also have done studies on bamboo, because it's a new thing that has come, especially as a sustainable plant. Could you have done any studies? And then maybe can you try and work with the Ministry of Water and Environment to really maybe inform the policymakers? Thank you.
Thank you for that. No, I have not worked on bamboo. The only trees that I am likened to is Meisopsis. I think if you Google me, you would find me Meisopsis. And then there is also now this pine. But bamboo, no, I have not, but it seems interesting. And yes, I'm willing to work with people who are willing to work, but I don't think there are so many stakeholders in here from the Ministry of Water. I'm not sure if they're there or if any exists in the room right now. But thank you for your advice. For bamboo, no. Yeah. Any other question? Okay, I think that's all then. So thank you for paying attention and for contributing. You know, it will help better the research. Huh? So thank you so much.